नमस्ते, केम छो?
राम राम भाईचाऱ्याने.
सत श्री अकाल. Ahoy.
Surikap.
कसं काय, बरं काय?
Namaskara.
Ayubowan.
Vanakkam Ahmedabad.
You just can't miss the scenic Sabarmati riverfront or the majestic and record-breaking Narendra Modi Stadium, where every success is celebrated with energy-packed dandiya and garba. Welcome to the Kensville Golf and Country Club, the place where flora, fauna and families meet together. Situated in the idyllic location of Dev Dolra, 40 kilometers from Ahmedabad, it is surrounded by places of historical, cultural and environmental significance. Kensville is home to one of India's leading championship venues, which has hosted many prestigious international and domestic tournaments. PGTI returns to Kensville after 6 years with the second edition of the Ahmedabad Open 2025 presented by IndusInd Bank. Sri Lankan N. Thangaraja, the overnight leader, struck a 73 on Wednesday to drop down to second position at 6 under 138. But it was Chandigarh's golfer Harindra Gupta who emerged halfway leader as a result of his second round of 5 under 67 at the 1 crore Ahmedabad Open 2025 presented by IndusInd Bank.
कब से हम बोलेंगे. Good morning and welcome to day 3 of the Ahmedabad Open. This is the second edition of this 1 crore rupee championship, the fifth event of the PGTI's 2025 schedule. And we are into the final 36 holes of the event on what is generally known as moving day. Chandigarh's Harindra Gupta leads the field by one shot on 7 under par from Sri Lanka's N. Thangaraja, who was the day has seen the PGTI return after a gap of 6 years, and like I said earlier, this is the second edition of the Ahmedabad Open. The previous one in 2023 was played at the Glade One Resort, which is a nine-hole course played twice over, and morning action getting underway. That drive was not where Ravi would have wanted it to go. Straight into looks like a fairway bunker, and this is clearly proving to be a bit of a challenge for the field, and scoring suggests that it's going to the pattern is going to continue, and though it everybody is going to be pushing to get as much as low a score as possible, the fact that just three players are so far and under par, it tells you that this is going to be a real test, and particularly now we're in the business end of the tournament, the final 2 days and 1 crore of rupees to be battled over. Ankur Chadha steadying himself. It's easy swing. Holds the finish. He's found the center of the fairway. And he'll be pleased with that. It's a good steady start. Dhruv Sharon is up next. And Dhruv has had a reasonable start to the year. He finished well in the 2024 season as well. And an experienced player. And he will be looking to make a mark. Long overdue win. Again, quick swing. Didn't look too happy with the result. And he seems to have followed Ravi to the left of the fairway. Somewhere between the rough and the cart path by the looks of it. And you could see the way when he pulled out of his swing so quickly that he wasn't too pleased with where he had hit the ball. And I think he's opting to take a provisional because they're not sure whether the ball is in play at the moment or not, because he went a little further left and Ravi's ball stopped in the bunker. And Dhruv's ball seems to have gone further left of that. So he's going to hit a provisional in case the first ball is out of bounds. It's an early setback for Dhruv, composing himself after that slightly unhappy start. Holding is finished, so he looks a little happier with this one. And safely in the center of the fairway. And he will hope that his first ball is not out of bounds because he stands to drop, lose a stroke right here.
Well, it was a far better shot from the one where he was required to take a provisional. But let's hope that he finds the ball there. And there you have the bird's eye view of I mean, it's such a fantastic looking course, which has already held international events here. Dollar events have been held here. And as you can see, it's a very picturesque site. In, and golfers have loved being here. And of course, uh, I mean, this is a sort of course where the speed on the greens is like it's very challenging, considering what you get to see in India. But this is where we are. Like this is one of the reasons why we have such high scores here, unlike unlike what we had last week. So we are going to have a lot of excitement here for sure, because here the fight is close, and the leaders group, which will be out in a while, they will be up for it. So a lot of excitement and some early, like hiccups for Dhruv, but I think he's at it now.
Yeah, also, the fact that Rakesh, this is a very long course. It's 7,210 yards for the professionals. That itself is a test, and we have seen from the field out some nice drone shots giving you
Yeah,
a kind of a bird's eye view of
true.
the first fairway. It looks very well manicured, and though it's a very wide fairway, the fact that the players have gone, two of them have gone straight to the left, suggests that they are already under a fair bit of pressure. Doesn't seem to be too much of wind around, but the amount of water bodies we have spotted in these few
Yeah.
minutes, Rakesh, also suggests is also an idea why the scoring has been as it is. Just five players who are at par or better is very suggestive of a course that is not forgiving. You have to be on point. Your game has to be on target and on point throughout. And ball search for the ball still continues. Dhruv's ball went way left, which is why he hit his provision in case the ball cannot be found or if it has gone out of bounds. That's not the start he was looking for, certainly.
Rahul, you spoke about the course. You know, here, because it's a clean sort of a course, because it's still a pretty young course, and the challenges. I mean, you don't see the rough is not up. You have a wide view of the fairways, so you can err a bit as long as you stay. Like well within the view of the flag, so it gives you that error, I mean, that bit of feeling margin for you to really go for it. And it is a delight for all those long hitters. They can really, allow their driver to do the talking. So let's hope that we have some long hits here.
I'm sure you will see long hits because let us tell our viewers that the hole number 17 on this course is a massive 621 yards. Now, that should give an idea of how much this course should be favoring the long hitters, but clearly it is not. I mean, you need to, be smart, plot your way around this course, have a game plan, clear game plan in place before you even step onto the first tee. And if you don't, it's going to punish you very quickly, because if you had a look like we've seen from the visuals in front of us, there's water to one side, very thick rough on the other side, scrubby. So if you're not on line, or if you're not somewhere even at least in the first or second cut of the rough, you are going to get punished. And this is going to be a bit of a slow start to the day. The fairway turning from right to left, it's a long 400 plus par 4. Erring to the right again, Rakesh, if you look carefully, if you see, like, you don't really have to look carefully. Right in front of you is water on the right, and you
Yeah.
have rough on the left. So, probably the reason is why players are aiming more to the left is to stay away from out of trouble from that water, because a lot of these guys are long hitters and they can probably get to the ball could get to the water body, that little pond or lake, whatever you want to call it. You can see there. In the meantime, Ravi with his ball in the bunker would be a lot happier than Dhruv, of course. He's lining up his second shot. You see the difference. Now, a little bit to the right over here, Rakesh, that ball would have been in the water.
Yeah.
So that's the challenge. I mean, on one side you have sand and the rough, on the other side you have water. So it's probably why, and this is early days. This is just the first hole. Tells you why scores are not as low as they should. These are all very, very good players. They're the top tier of Indian professional golf, men's golf, and the PGTI with the very fast-moving schedule. In fact, this year, 2025 season has got 11 events, literally week on week. So there's very little time for you to adjust from a relatively softer course or easier course like they had at Raipur last week to something as brutal as this one. Ravi blasts out of the bunker. Looks to have made good contact
Oh,
and a
great shot.
very fine second shot. Gone on just a little bit longer than you would have liked, but and given the position of the other ball, you could see that someone has the second shot from the third member of the group has been right on point. Ankur Chadda putting some early plus marks on his, hopefully on his scorecard if he converts that to birdie. And we move further up the field. Dhruv Sharan playing his, obviously, with the ball having gone out of bounds, he has lost his pace on this very first hole. Not the start he would have been looking for. 36-year-old has been in reasonably good form, and he definitely will feel that he's started off on the wrong foot. This is the last but one group in front of us. Young Rohit Narwal from Karnal. I also measure Rakesh, like we often speak in cricket about subsidiary or smaller centers throwing up, cricketers like
Yeah,
Mahendra Singh Dhoni from Ranchi and
sure.
Harbhajan Singh from Jalandhar. Not the fancied centers, the
Centers.
traditional centers, so to say. Now,
True.
here's this young man from a little town in Haryana, had a stellar amateur career and turned professional. Here he's, in the top flight, in the top three or top five at the moment. Fine player. He's had a good start to his season, and he will be hoping to continue the way he is, taking his time over his tee shot. He knows it's critical to get off to a good. The moment you see a golfer holding his pose, Rakesh, that's been a reasonably good shot. If they turn away, or the backswing ends early, that suggests that this has not been the best of shots. Kapil Kumar from Delhi, another golfer in reasonably good form this year, has challenged in the first 3-4 events so far. Abbreviated backswing and quick transition into the shot. And he's matched young Narwal with the driver. The third member of this group, Michel Ortolani from Italy, has been playing in India for a few years. Obviously likes India, looking to make the PGTI the launch pad for his career going forward. And a good balance. All three in this group, the penultimate group on day three of the 1 crore rupee Ahmedabad Open, getting off safely, all of them on the fairway, and they will make way for the final group of the day. Yasas Chandra of Mysore, N. Thangaraja of Sri Lanka, and our leader, Harendra Gupta of Chandigarh. Ravi finishing with a tap in looked like what should be a par. Dhruv looks like he will drop a shot early on. It's a measure of the confidence and strength of their game, Rakesh, that they so quickly overcome a setback, and that's what's brought them to this point. This steel that you have to create in your mind to just leave a bad shot behind you, concentrate on the next one, try and recover, get a good score on your card.
Absolutely. And well, that was a narrow miss.
So exactly what we were talking about, because it seems to have he's not fully recovered from that little setback. Ball running well past the hole. It's a nasty little tester for that to finish this. Chada sitting pretty with his very well directed and controlled second shot. He's sitting on a birdie. and he will want to get his round off to the best possible start.
There he gets it, and so it was a kind of an escape with one, I thought, because on the first 3 days, including the practice round, we have seen that the green speeds have been progressively higher, faster. So it could be somewhere around 10.2, 10.4 on this day. And like on day one, it was 10, day two, it was 10.2, and now it is a little more. Or it could be around the same. But for you to get used to it, and of course, these are, like early days. So let's hope that we see some good putting here, because normally in India you don't get to see stimps, on that stimp meter, you don't see numbers like this. And this is, of course, a very well maintained course, and you expect a lot of pros to nail from a good like distance. But missing parts is part of the sport. So we are expecting some low scores on this day, the because the top about the I mean, all those who have made the action now, it is like after the first 2 days, they have a fair idea of the speed. But putting, of course, is where the game is made or shattered. So we expect it to just go on for a bit, and then people will settle in, and especially the back nine, I'm expecting some low scores.
It's Kapil Kumar with his second shot on the first one, landing it on the green, ball curling towards the flag. It's a very well controlled shot. This is what I was saying, Rakesh. Look at the read. He's been playing here obviously practice round 2 days, so
Yeah.
they know which way the green is going from right to left from where we are looking at, and he got it just perfectly. Landed it where it needed to fall, and it rolled very nicely towards the pin. Rohit Narwal with his second shot, a little closer to the green than Kapil was, also taking his time. He's a very fine talent coming up, Rakesh. Over the last few years, he's impressed everybody, and he's just one of a very sizable number of youngsters who have been coming up. There's a young man, Milan Soni from Hyderabad, quite a few others making the transition from the amateur to the professional ranks. Also, he's followed Kapil's lead, but landed it just a little further left than he would have liked. A couple of feet to the right, he would have found almost the exact same roll that Kapil found. Ortolani from even further to the right, and clearly the longest drive of this group. But he's in the rough, so he might have a slightly more difficult shot. But sometimes these fluffy lies, very light roughs can be a little disturbing. He's still taking his time over it. Controlled aggression is what I think is how you would describe something like this. He's gone for the pin, and it remains controlled. It's a little bit of technology coming in and give you an idea of how the ball flight from Ortolani's drive was over the pond facing the tee box. Would have been a knee knocker for many amateurs, and would probably find a generous number of balls in there, Rakesh, from
Yeah.
amateurs who would look at the water and not at the fairway and promptly put the ball into the drink. But these are a different, very different kettle of fish and very different breed of golfers. And as we've already seen, the control, the over distance and spin, and is beautiful. It's a pleasure to watch. That's Rohit Narwal's drive. And believe you me, that's not a small water body in front of the green, in front of the tee box. It's for amateurs, it's a tester right there. But for these boys, they just smoke it 200 yards, 250 yards past that, so no problem. All three safely on the dance floor, doing a little bit of gardening, cleaning up. And the good thing about all of these players, they learn from a very early age to also look after the greens. You'll see them very often bend down and do a little bit of digging. That's someone has left a pitch mark on the green. The ball has fallen and made a little bit of a dent. All of them are trained from a very early age to look after the greens as they go, look after the fairways as they go, which is a very nice part of golf. Rohit Narwal with the longest putt. Ball will go left to right for him, a little bit downhill. As we saw Kapil's ball curling from that, there's a little bit of a ridge from where he's actually studying his line. This will be a bit of a test. Hazy but windless day in Ahmedabad, so at least the wind is not a factor, which would be a relief to the field because by itself this course is, in any case, not an easy one to tackle. And we come to the lead group. Yashash Chandra from Mysore, fine player, extremely talented. At 29, he's probably in the early years of his professional career. Great promise. He will want to put that W against his name. He's been close thereabouts for very long. Opting for what looks like a 3-wood, not the driver. Still not the best of tee shots. He's gone to the rough on the right. Sangaraja, vastly experienced man from Sri Lanka. We've just seen one very popular Sri Lankan retire this last year, at the end of last year. Mithun Pereira was one of the most popular golfers on the PGTI. He is gone, but he's left a sizable contingent of fellow Sri Lankans behind with him, still playing on the PGTI. Thanga is a 4-time winner on the PGTI and greatly experienced. As you can see, no fuss. Just knows where he needs to land the ball and he sent it off. Thanga, in fact, has the best round of the tournament so far. Rakesh, he was 7 under on his opening round, which is very very impressive given the fact that almost no one is even gone near the red numbers. So, and our leader for the tournament, Harendra Gupta of Chandigarh, another vastly experienced player, 43 years old, winner of 10 titles, safely sees the ball on the way, almost following Tanga's line, doing just what he needs to do to get his day off to the best possible start.
Yeah, of course, Harinder is the one that
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सबों का। और इस समय पीजीटीआई द्वारा आयोजित यह प्रतियोगिता बहुत ही शानदार तरीके से चल रही है और आज तीसरे राउंड का खेल शुरू हो चुका है और सभी खिलाड़ी बिल्कुल आत्मविश्वास से लवरेज दिखाई पड़ रहे हैं। इंडसइंड बैंक का बहुत अच्छा सहयोग रहा इस प्रतियोगिता के आयोजन में और धीरे धीरे खिलाड़ियों के अंदर भी उत्साह, ऊर्जा और जो जुनून है वो लगातार आगे की ओर बढ़ता हुआ। बहुत ही बेहतरीन आयोजन और पीजीटीआई की कोशिश की गोल्फ विश्व के मानचित्र पर भारत का भी नाम अव्वल हो और इसी कोशिश के तहत कोलकाता से आगाज हुआ था इस साल का और कोलकाता के बाद फिर ग्लैडवन गुजरात ओपन गोल्फ प्रतियोगिता का आयोजन किया गया तो फिर छत्तीसगढ़ में पहली बार छत्तीसगढ़ ओपन गोल्फ का आयोजन किया गया था और इस तरह से लगातार खिलाड़ियों को मुकाबले अच्छे मिल रहे हैं और विश्व के कोने-कोने से खिलाड़ी यहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं। बांग्लादेश के जमाल हुसैन और साथ ही साथ ओर्टलानी इटली के साथ ही साथ कई और दिग्गज खिलाड़ियों ने इस प्रतियोगिता में आकर हिस्सा लिया है। बहुत ही खुशगवार मौसम, गोल्फ के लिए बिल्कुल अनुकूल, हवा आज शांत यहाँ पर और इस समय टॉप ग्रेड के कुछ खिलाड़ी इस समय हरेंद्र गुप्ता साथ ही साथ थंगाराजा फ्रॉम श्रीलंका और कल हरेंद्र गुप्ता का दिन रहा था और उन्होंने कमाल की वापसी की थी। कल बेहतरीन खेल दिखाया था, कई बर्डीज उनके नाम दर्ज थे। और इस समय पिन पर उनका ध्यान यहाँ पर और देखना है कि कितनी गोल्फ का खेल थोड़ा अलग है क्योंकि अगर जितने कम स्ट्रोक्स में आप अपने एम तक पहुंचते हैं बिल्कुल आपके लिए उतना फायदेमंद होता है और खिलाड़ियों की कोशिश भी यही होती है। अंकुर चड्ढा इस समय स्क्रीन पर आपके दिखते हुए और बहुत ही कमाल के खिलाड़ी रहे हैं और पीजीटीआई टूर में उनका बहुत अच्छा प्रदर्शन रहता है। अंकुर चड्ढा की कोशिश कि अपने प्रतिभा को यहाँ पर दिखाएं और देखना है कि वो किस तरह से वो सफल हो पाते हैं अंकुर चड्ढा। और अंकुर चड्ढा ने कई बड़ी प्रतियोगिताओं में हिस्सा लिया है पीजीटीआई के लिए और अच्छा प्रदर्शन है। कुल मिलाकर अंकुर चड्ढा की बात करें तो दिल्ली गोल्फ क्लब के होम कोर्स में खेलते हैं और लगभग 30 साल की उम्र है और 2016 में प्रोफेशनली शुरुआत की थी। धीरे धीरे खेल आगे की तरफ बढ़ता हुआ और अहमदाबाद ओपन गोल्फ चैंपियनशिप और अहमदाबाद की धरती बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक धरती है और जहाँ पर यह गोल्फ कोर्स अवस्थित है उस तरफ वह चारों तरफ ऐतिहासिक, सांस्कृतिक और पर्यावरण दृष्टिकोण के कई महत्वपूर्ण साइट्स से घिरा हुआ जो इसकी सुंदरता को चार चांद लगाता है। वैसे भी जब अहमदाबाद की बात आती है तो राष्ट्र के नायक, एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत के प्रणेता लौह पुरुष सरदार भाई वल्लभ पटेल को कोई नहीं भूल सकता और उनकी कोशिश थी कि भारत एक हो, श्रेष्ठ हो। और उसी तरह से पीजीटीआई के अध्यक्ष श्री कपिल देव जी की भी यही कोशिश, जो 1983 में भारतीय टीम को वर्ल्ड कप भी जिताया था और क्या फॉर्मिडेबल ऑलराउंडर थे, कमाल का प्रदर्शन करते थे। उनकी भी कोशिश कि गोल्फ का खेल देश के हर कोने-कोने तक पहुंचे और लोग अवेयर हो और उनका प्रयास रंग भी लाता हुआ है। यहाँ पर बेहतरीन कोशिश और सब, लेकिन थोड़ी दूर रह गए थे। गोल्फ का खेल बहुत ही कमाल का खेल है और भारतीय गोल्फ की शुरुआत ऐतिहासिक तौर पर 1829 से मानी जाती है, जब कलकत्ता से इसकी शुरुआत हुई थी। उस समय कोलकाता को कलकत्ता कहा जाता था। और भारतीय गोल्फ की बात करें तो जीव मिल्खा सिंह बहुत ही बड़े खिलाड़ी रहे हैं, जिन्हें 3 टाइटल्स यूरोपियन टूर्स पर मिले हैं और 4 टाइटल्स जापान गोल्फ टूर पर भी मिले हैं। साथ ही साथ 2 बार उन्हें एशियन टूर ऑर्डर ऑफ मेरिट का भी प्राप्त करने का सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ है। और उनकी हाईएस्ट वर्ल्ड रैंकिंग की बात करें तो 28 थी, जिन्होंने मार्च 2009 में प्राप्त किया था। साथ ही साथ जीव मिल्खा सिंह के अलावा ज्योति रंधावा, अर्जुन अटवाल को भी एशियन टूर ऑफ ऑर्डर ऑफ मेरिट जीतने का अवसर प्राप्त हुआ था। और अर्जुन अटवाल पहले भारत में पैदा हुए पहले गोल्फर थे जो यूएस बेस्ट पीजीए टूर के मेंबर बने थे, तथा 2010 में विंथम चैंपियनशिप जीती थी। तो इस तरह के खिलाड़ियों को जब आप जानते हैं, उनसे प्रेरणा लेते हैं, तो फिर आप अपने खेल को और निखारते हैं। आप में एक नई ऊर्जा का संचार होता है। पीजीटीआई की पूरी टीम पूरी निष्ठा के साथ गोल्फ के संचालन में लगी हुई और धीरे धीरे गोल्फ बिल्कुल अपने मिशन मोड के साथ आगे की तरफ बढ़ता हुआ। और भारतीय पुरुष टीम ने 1982 के एशियन गेम्स में स्वर्ण पदक भी जीता था गोल्फ में, जबकि 2006 और 2010 के एशियन गेम्स में रजत पदक जीतने में कामयाबी हासिल हुई थी। और मैं बात करूंगा व्यक्तिगत प्रतिस्पर्धा की, तो 1982 के एशियन गेम्स में लक्ष्मण सिंह ने गोल्ड मेडल जीता था, जबकि शिव कपूर ने 2006 एशियन गेम्स में जो दोहा में आयोजित हुआ था स्वर्ण पदक जीता था। और लीडर बोर्ड पर हरेंद्र गुप्ता इस समय आगे चलते हुए, और श्रीलंका के एंथंगा राजा दूसरे नंबर पर, और इटली के माइकल ऑर्टेलानी तीसरे नंबर पर। और ऑर्डर ऑफ मेरिट की बात करें पीजीटीआई की, तो युवराज सिंधु पहले स्थान पर इस समय, जबकि दूसरे स्थान पर शौर्या भट्टाचार्य, जिन्होंने छत्तीसगढ़ ओपन में कमाल का प्रदर्शन किया था। तीसरे स्थान पर सचिन बसोया, 29 साल की उम्र सचिन बसोया की दिल्ली गोल्फ क्लब के लिए खेलते हैं और 2016 में बिल्कुल प्रोफेशनल हुए थे। जबकि शौर्या भट्टाचार्य की बात करें तो अपेटा दिल्ली उनका होम ग्राउंड है, जबकि 2024 में वो प्रोफेशनल हुए थे और बहुत जल्दी उन्होंने पिकअप किया और अद्भुत प्रदर्शन उनका पूरी प्रतियोगिता में रहा था छत्तीसगढ़ ओपन में। और इस बार भी शानदार खेल दिखाते हुए सभी खिलाड़ियों के साथ कैडीज चलते हैं, जिसे गोल्फ की भाषा में कैडीज कहा जाता है। और एक चीज और कि आप जो कैडीज के पास बैग होती है, उसमें अधिकतम 14 क्लब लेकर ही चल सकते हैं। बहुत ही खूबसूरत ये मैदान, बिल्कुल कमाल की ग्रीन यहाँ पर। और गोल्फ का खेल इसीलिए भी महत्वपूर्ण होता है कि आप पर्यावरण को संरक्षित भी कर सकते हैं। बिल्कुल किस कोलाहल से दूर आपको एकाग्रचित होने का बहुत ही बेहतरीन मौका मिलता है। और सभी खिलाड़ी अपने कैडीज के साथ धीरे धीरे अब आगे की तरफ बढ़ते हुए, और इस गोल्फ कोर्स की अगर बात करें तो फिर ये एक बहुत ही अद्भुत गोल्फ कोर्स और अधिकतम पार 5 के जब यहाँ पर मुकाबले होते हैं, पार 5 के जब मुकाबले होते हैं, तो कुल मिलाकर 598 यार्ड्स की लंबाई होती है। इसके अलावा जब सबसे छोटी यार्ड्स पार 3 की है इस मैदान की, जो 195 यार्ड्स की है। और जब आप प्रतियोगी परीक्षाओं में एग्जाम्स देते हैं, तो फिर आपको जितने प्लस अंक आते हैं, उतने आप प्रतिभाशाली माने जाते हैं, उतने ही आप टैलेंटेड माने जाते हैं, मेधावी माने जाते हैं। लेकिन गोल्फ कोर्स पर बातें अलग हो जाती है। आप जितने कम प्रयास में अपने एम्बिशन तक पहुंच जाते हैं, यानी पटिंग कर डालते हैं, वो उतना ही आपके लिए महत्वपूर्ण माना जाता है और आप उतने ही ज़्यादा पॉइंट्स बटोरते हैं, अंक बटोरते हैं। और बहुत ही बेहतरीन खेल का मुजाहिरा पेश किया है सभी खिलाड़ियों ने। और कल का कट मार्क 151 था, यानी कल कुल मिलाकर 56 खिलाड़ियों ने तीसरे राउंड के लिए क्वालिफाई किया था उस कट मार्क के आधार पर। और हरेंद्र गुप्ता ने दूसरे दिन शानदार खेल का प्रदर्शन किया और पहले स्थान प्राप्त किया था, और वो भी लीडर बोर्ड पर सबसे आगे। बहुत ही शानदार सारे टॉर पार्टनर्स बधाई के पात्र हैं, जिसमें विक्टोरियस चॉइस, साथ ही साथ इंडसइंड बैंक, साथ ही साथ बिस्लेरी, अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो, निसान और रोलेक्स। और कोई भी महायज्ञ बहुत लोगों के प्रयास से सफल हो पाता है, सबों की आहुति देनी होती है। और सभी प्रायोजकों की सभी आयोजकों की कोशिश से ही महायज्ञ सफल हो पाता है। सबों को अपनी अपनी आहुति देनी होती है। और यहाँ पर बिल्कुल बिल्कुल नज़दीक से यहाँ पर बॉल निकल गई थी, और बॉल में डिम्पल होती है जो बॉल को बिल्कुल स्मूथ बनाती है। साथ ही साथ जब आप क्लब से इसको स्विंग मारते हैं तो फिर आपके लिए बहुत फायदेमंद होता है। और इस समय कैंसवाइली गोल्फ एंड कंट्री क्लब अहमदाबाद से हम सब आपके साथ आंखों देखा हाल लेकर पहुंचे हैं। और कुछ देर में हमारे साथ हमारे दो सीनियर कमेंटेटर्स जुड़ेंगे, राकेश और राहुल बैनर्जी, जिनके पास काफ़ी व्यापक और लंबा अनुभव है। और पीजीटीआई ने बिल्कुल शॉट्स को भी मान्यता दी है कुछ दिनों पहले ही, और ये थोड़ी सकारात्मक चीज़ें लगातार घटती जा रही है। अच्छा प्रयास। और गोल्फ की बात करें तो 1900 के ओलंपिक में गोल्फ था, लेकिन फिर 1904 के बाद गोल्फ को ओलंपिक में शामिल नहीं किया गया था। लेकिन 2016 के रियो ओलंपिक्स में इसे फिर शामिल किया गया था। धीरे धीरे गोल्फ भारत के हर राज्य में पहुंचता हुआ, और इस बार छत्तीसगढ़ ने एक शानदार ACCL छत्तीसगढ़ ओपन गोल्फ का आयोजन किया था। बिल्कुल पोजीशन लेने के लिए तैयार हैं, और यहाँ पर लेकिन थोड़ी दूर रह गए थे अपने पिन से, और अब जाकर बिल्कुल बॉल को पिन में डालते हुए। और जब आप टी पॉइंट से खेल को शुरू करते हैं तब आपकी कोशिश होती है कि बिल्कुल ग्रीन एरिया में जो पिन होता है उसमें गेंद डाली जाए, और जितने कम प्रयास में आप उसे करने में सफल होंगे उतने ही फायदेमंद आपके लिए। लगातार यहाँ पर अच्छा प्रयास। उदय अनमाने जैसे खिलाड़ी भी इस खेल में हैं जिनकी PGTI ऑर्डर ऑफ मेरिट 13 है और 34 बच्चे पूना गोल्फ क्लब से खेलते हैं 2015 में प्रोफेशनल्स हुए थे। बहुत ही शांत, बहुत ही बेहतरीन वातावरण, चारों तरफ हरे भरे पेड़ इस गोल्फ कोर्स की शोभा को में चार चांद लगाते हुए। और धूप भी आज अच्छी है, सूर्य देवता बिल्कुल अपनी रंगत में दिखाई पड़ रहे हैं। अहमदाबाद यूनेस्को द्वारा वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज सिटी में भी इसे नामित किया गया है। बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक शहर, और गुजरात में कई ऐसे जगह है जो ऐतिहासिक विरासत में शामिल है। लोथल जो सिंधु घाटी सभ्यता का एक अभिन्न हिस्सा रहा था, वो भी गुजरात में ही। और यह जो गोल्फ कोर्स है वो देव धौलारा में स्थित है, जो अहमदाबाद से तकरीबन 40 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर अवस्थित है। और इस माह में PGTI के 2 और बड़ी इवेंट्स होनी है, तो खिलाड़ियों को लगातार रोहित नरवाल इस समय बहुत ही बेहतरीन खिलाड़ी रोहित नरवाल, और देखना है कि रोहित नरवाल किस तरह से यहाँ पर अपने खेल को नई ऊंचाइयां प्रदान करते हैं। और कई दफा उन्होंने साबित भी किया है कि वो एक बेहतरीन खिलाड़ी हैं।
Well, back to the action after the little those updates from Mrityunjay Kumar in Hindi. And some early movement in the first 2, 3 holes itself. We saw Dhruv Sharan drop a double bogey on the first hole, but he hit back immediately and picked up a shot on the second, so he is back in the top 10. Michel Ortolani picked up a shot on hole number 1, but he gave it away on the very next hole, second successive par 4. And Ankur Chadha making sure he stays in the top 5 with a birdie par start. Very well read putt there indeed. Ravi Kumar putting that away safely. These are the most tense moments on a hole-on-hole basis, Rakesh, when you are on the green and you know that it's a make or break scenario. So he's taking his time over this. Not a very long putt, but he didn't want to take a chance. Good conversion there. And as always, with every sport in India, particularly cricket, you will have a visiting canine, and we see our friendly local dog put in a little cameo appearance there in front of you, just as Yashash Chandra is walking up to the next green. And yeah, for the years we've covered cricket, Rakesh, I think there isn't a single match ever anywhere in India that we didn't see a dog.
Particularly Firuzshah Kotla, because we all
Everywhere,
used to say
everywhere.
that one of the because it was owned by DDCA, one of the Ds were meant for them because they owned the entire Kotla.
I think
They would invariably make an appearance.
it's so true all over, everywhere.
Bang in the middle of
I
the
don't remember a single venue where we didn't have, a doggy visitor. At some point in time, put in a little cameo, a lot of cheers and applause. And the lead group now on the green, all of them safely on the dance floor, so to say. That's our leader on your picture, center, Harendra Gupta from Chandigarh. In the middle of the frame, and Thangaraja from Sri Lanka. And the third member of the group, Yashas, still looking for his first win. Turned pro in 1928, I beg your pardon, 2018. Has come close several times, but has yet to put that W against his name. And the other two in this group have been there. They have been in the winner's circle. Gupta has been is a 10-time winner. Thanga is a winner of 4 PGTI titles. So Yashas will be very keen to make the best of moving day, stay with the leaders, if not improve his position from his overnight tied fifth, as it was. Gupta looks to have has dropped a shot on the first hole, so his lead now he's no longer the outright leader. He now shares the lead with Thanga, who came through the first hole with a par safely. Yashas did the same. And now he has the golfer from Mysore sitting on the longest putt. Looks to be a 30-foot plus. He has a little ridge on the way. You can see the ball scooting down the ridge, but it looks like a very good read. From that distance, he would have still, given the level of golf these guys play, Rakesh, he would have wanted that ball to have finished even closer.
A few more reps.
Yeah, a few more rolls on the ball, definitely.
That's a good putt from that distance, and somebody who's struggling with
Getting
his
his
confidence.
ball out of the way of Thanga's line. He seems to have stopped right where Thanga is expecting the ball to roll down from. It's another longish putt, 25 or 20, 25 feet, probably more. Just looking like it moved just a shade from his left to right or right to left. And he also has that little bit of a bump in the middle of the green to contend with, so he'll have to be a little careful with his speed. Caddy indicating a good 6 inches out to the left from the pin. And I think both of them have probably over catered for the initial downslope and held back on the putt, because this is way short. I mean, it's not even, it's not a lag putt. I mean, lag putt would be 6 inches, 8 inches, maybe a foot from the hole. But both of them have left it fairly short. Yes, as though of course much closer. So the read speed, as in terms of speed, has not been great. Narendra will be very keen to get it back. The one shot that he dropped on the opening hole, he would be very keen to get it back here. Obviously, a lot closer, 15 odd feet. Left it inches high, not even inches, maybe centimeter, a couple of centimeters high. So he takes away a par from here and a share of the lead now. Co-leader, Tangaraja from Sri Lanka, making sure that he does not miss out on his par over here. Safely in. Yashas will clean up the move to hole number 3. This is the third successive par 4. No one's really making big gains, Rakesh, so far today. Tappy Guy has picked up 3 shots in his first 6 holes, but he's well down the order. He's climbed up to 16th, joined 16th place. Yash Majumdar has picked up 2 shots in his opening 7 holes into the top 25. Narwal, Kapil, and Hotolani on hole number 3. The good thing today, Rakesh, is that the conditions are quite calm. You don't see very much of movement in the trees; they're all very still. So definitely, it will not be an additional factor, at least not yet. Whether it picks up during the course of the day, later in the morning or early afternoon, remains to be seen. But so far, it's not been really a wind has not been a factor, and the players essentially have to contend with the course and whatever challenges it is presenting.
Absolutely. See, because if you have a course which is so open, and imagine if it is windy or it's breezy, you can imagine it will add so much more to the challenge. And of course, what we see here is, someone like like Harendra. He has the experience, but even he is struggling, and the challenges haven't been added to what exists. So if you just add that wind factor to it, even an experienced hand like Harinder would have struggled a tad more.
Narwal taking his time over a putt, crucial putt for him as well. It's a par putt. He is straight somewhere down the line, and looks like he's going to drop a shot there. Not what the young man would have been looking for so early in the round, and on a day like this, where you essentially try and look to consolidate position, not give ground to those around you. So, like we're seeing, I mean, this is clearly not a course that is, that you can overpower. It needs not just strength in terms of distance, but also skill, a bit of game management, course management, so to say. Find the best possible spot to not just your first shot, you look ahead to your second and third shots. Tiger Woods used to say he used to look 10 shots ahead when it comes to playing that, which is what made him, the greatest player of our generation. Look so far ahead. You literally plot your way around the course, looking at points where you pick up shots, avoid danger, where not to give away strokes. These are all factors which all of them cater for, but it doesn't always happen that way. Execution is, of course, just something different from planning. But the thought process has to be very clear. And Ottolani now looking to pick up some pace, though he's got one back from the preview on the second hole, and if he converts this, it'll probably be his second birdie of the day. Seems to have got it in safely. So behind the tied lead of Ananda Gupta and Thanga is Otsalani at the moment. Yashar
ये रात में जो मजा है मजा ये कुछ नया नया है ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है ये झूमता ही जा रहा है हम कहाँ हैं तुम कहाँ हो दिल कहाँ पे होश ये
Bisleri, drink it up.
झूम 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 बाबा झूम 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 बाबा
the leaderboard in front of you. Just 4 players under par at the moment early on day 3 of the 1 crore rupee Ahmedabad Open, the second edition of this tournament, and the first one being played at Kensville. Kensville, in fact, is welcoming the PGTI back after a gap of 6 years, and it is already proving to be quite a test. As you can see from the scoreboard in front of you, just 7 players who are in positive numbers, and it just tells you why. Lovely shots again from the drone, from our drone pilot, who from every course that we visit brings us great bird's eye or eagle eye view of the surface the players are having to contend with well below his camera. But it gives you an idea of exactly what is in store for the players as they go along. It was not a great splash out from the bunker. Ball running off the green as well. It suggests that today the green speeds are a little higher they have been in the last couple of days, Rakesh. We were told it was 10.1,
Yeah,
10.2
10.2
first 2
yesterday.
days.
Yeah, 10 point. It was 10.0 on the first, 10.2 on the second. It has become progressively faster from the
Which
first
is
practice round.
which is the way it should be. I mean, that's the whole idea. And the closer you come to the payoff day, the day the money is decided, actually, that's the final day, the harder it will get, not only in terms of just the speed of the green, but also the pin placement. They'll become progressively more challenging, offering you lesser and lesser. You look at even this one, I mean, you have very little scope beyond the pin, and you're virtually on the edge of the green. And the easier positions would be somewhere in the middle center of the green. Here you have already gone to one side. The So that doesn't leave you very much of leeway in terms of, if you go over a little bit, you leave the green like we just saw. It's a wrong putt, going a long way from right to left. Just overcooked it by a little, but no damage done because that looks like a fairly convertible opportunity. Dhruv Sharan has run off the green, or is on the edge, not gone too far. So he'll be relieved that he didn't, hurt his own chances any more than he already has. A picturesque golf course, you can see, looks well maintained, and now it's quite a mature course now, Rakesh. Like you mentioned earlier, it's a new course, but in terms of the courses in around Ahmedabad, this is probably one of the older ones. And you can see from the vegetation that the trees have been around for a while. There's mature vegetation now. In live feed too, we have our lead group walking up to the green. You can see a couple of balls already there on the dance floor. And feed one, you have Dhruv Sharan putting, going for a putt. I beg your pardon, that is Ravi Kumar. Still early days in the round, and not a great deal of movement, except that overnight leader Harinder Gupta has dropped a shot early and has slipped back into a share of the lead alongside Tangaraja from Sri Lanka. Vishal Otolani started in third place, holding station. He picked up a shot on the very first hole, dropped one on the second, safely parred the third. So he's in third place, sharing third place now with Yashash Chandra. Ankur Chadha, Kapil Kumar are tied for fifth. Ravi Kumar and Rohit Narwal sharing seventh place. So the two leaders are, in a sense, quite safely have a cushion of four shots on those behind. So, given the conditions and how difficult it has been to score, Rakesh,
Yeah.
no one's really making a push from the top 10 or top 15. Like you said at the start, there's only a gap of maybe 7 or 8 shots between the top 20 or top 25.
Yeah.
No one's really made a run at the top. We keep saying moving day, but at the moment, not much of moving going on.
Very true. Yeah, because if you just take a closer look at the like leaderboard, what you see is a good number of players are just playing very steady golf, because this is one of those courses where the first four holes are all par holes. So if you go with par, you are playing very conservatively. You just want to get your eyes in, just get the feel of the greens, the conditions, and most of the top guys are yet to reach the fourth hole. So most of them are just still showing, very very cautious approach as of now, and it's also understandable because nobody has to rush. Like what we saw with the overnight sole leader, uh, he dropped a shot on the very first one, and on the second, we saw how conservative he was. He just wanted to get that feel. He didn't want to drop another stroke, and that left Thangaraja a joint leader by default, because he has just been focusing on par. And so you have two leaders followed by someone who is four shots off them. So yeah, as you like rightly saw, that this particular field, what we are going to see is, if the pattern continues for a bit, maybe another 5 7 holes, it could be that we are not going to see a new leader, because these two have already led on day one and day two. So let's hope that we have somebody who makes a charge.
Yeah, I mean, I keep coming back to the fact that this is a long course. The first few holes, all par fours, they're all, other than the second hole, which is about 380 or 390 yards, all of them are 400 plus. So unless you're very long off the tee, chance of picking up a shot early is also not very bright. Anyway, joint leader Thangaraja going for his putt, and which converts. He seems to have got a sense of what is needed to play on this course, Rakesh, because he is so far out of the two completed rounds and the third round today. He is the best score. He was 7 under on day one, Thanga. So has, though he did go one over yesterday, which allowed allowed Harinder Gupta to take the lead. And here we have the joint leader from Chandigarh, Harinder Gupta, looking to clean up on this hole number 3. Safely jugs the putt. Yashash Chandra now with the final member of the lead group, looking to clean up and finish up over here on hole number 3. The fifth hole is probably the first one where you can really attack. It's a par 3, and not a very short one either. It's about 180, 190 yards. But the par 3s and par 5s, particularly the par 5s, are where the most scoring opportunities happen, which is where even these players look to, like, make the most of it. Like you mentioned, play conservatively, or manage the par 4s as best as you can, and go to pick up better your score on the par 3s and par 5s. But if along the way, if you can actually pick up shots on the par 4s as well, that's what probably will separate you from the others. So our drone pilot at work once again. Nice view of the fairways. As you can see now, you can see. I think the breeze is picking up. Right, the flags are starting to flutter in front of us. The white flags that you see in the center of your picture, they're just starting to move a little bit. It wasn't so, maybe half an hour earlier. So now this brings in another factor. If the wind continues to pick up through the day, that's be one more variable, so to say, the field will have to contend with. But that's the nature of the game. This is the one sport that changes literally by the minute. In no other sport do you have so many changeable conditions.
What a great shot! But he looks tired. And that's a drinks break.
But what's the plus sign for? अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस। जब लगे थकान वाली प्यास, जरूरी है सेल लेवल हाइड्रेशन। इसके इलेक्ट्रोलाइट्स आपके सेल्स को रिहाइड्रेट करें, एनर्जी लौटाएं, थकान वाली प्यास मिटाएं।
जब आपको भी लगे थकान वाली प्यास, अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, थकान वाली प्यास के लिए।
हमारे साथी कमेंटेटर्स राकेश और राहुल बनर्जी सर का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। और लगातार इस समय स्कोर बोर्ड साफ दिखता हुआ। थंगाराजा अब पहले स्थान पर आ गए, हरिंद्र गुप्ता दूसरे स्थान पर, और इटली के माइकल ऑर्टोलानी तीसरे स्थान पर। वहीं दूसरे खिलाड़ी इटली के थे रिक जुजेती, जो इस तीसरे राउंड में जगह बनाने में नाकामयाब हुए। और कुल मिलाकर 29 की उम्र है और 2017 में वो प्रोफेशनल हुए थे और एल्पिनो DI सिप्सा GC में अपनी प्रैक्टिस करते हुए उनका होम ग्राउंड रहा है, होम गोल्फ कोर्स है। और इस समय अच्छा स्विंग यहाँ पर देखने को मिलता हुआ और काफ़ी करीब ले जाते हुए ग्रीन के। और जब आप गोल्फ के खेल में हॉल इन वन करते हैं तो फिर उसे एस कहा जाता है। और इस प्रतियोगिता में जो खिलाड़ी इस प्रयास में सफल होंगे उन्हें निशान की तरफ से एक कार भेंट की जाएगी उपहार के तौर पर। पुरस्कारों की झड़ी PGTI के द्वारा, और पहले स्थान पर रहने वाले खिलाड़ी को कुल मिलाकर 15 लाख रुपये प्रदान किए जाएंगे। और सबसे बड़ी बात, सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात ये होती है PGTI टूर में कि आप अगर 50वें स्थान तक भी रहते हैं तो आपको कुछ न कुछ पारितोषिक राशि, पुरस्कार राशि मिल जाती है। और बात हम कर रहे हैं ये कोलकाता में जब टॉलीगंज क्लब में जो 11 फरवरी से 14 फरवरी तक प्रतियोगिता हुई थी, उसमें युवराज संधू पहले स्थान पर थे और कुल मिलाकर उनका स्कोर -20 था। इसके अलावा बांग्लादेश के जमाल हुसैन दूसरे स्थान पर रहे थे, उनका स्कोर -18 का था। और राहुल गांधी जो कोलकाता से ही थे, उन्होंने भी कमाल का प्रदर्शन किया था। जबकि हरेंद्र गुप्ता जिन्होंने इस प्रतियोगिता में कल दूसरे राउंड में कमाल का प्रदर्शन किया, उनका स्कोर -4 था। और कुछ खिलाड़ी लगातार कंसिस्टेंटली बहुत अच्छा प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। और गोल्फ के खेल में कंसिस्टेंटली परफॉर्मेंस करने के लिए आपको मेंटल टफनेस का होना बहुत आवश्यक। गोल्फ सिर्फ शारीरिक ताकत का खेल नहीं, ये बहुत ताकत का खेल है। इसमें आपको बहुत सोच समझ कर, बहुत ही बुद्धिमानी के साथ अपनी मेंटल टफनेस को बहुत मजबूत करना होता है। आपको साइकोलॉजिकली भी बहुत मजबूत होना होता है। शमीम खान, एन थंगाराजा, ये ऐसे खिलाड़ी हैं जो लगातार कंसिस्टेंटली बहुत ही शानदार प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। थंगाराजा ने -10 अंक प्राप्त किए थे कोलकाता के टॉलीगंज में जब 11 फरवरी से 14 फरवरी तक प्रतियोगिता आयोजित हुई थी। और वहीं ग्लैड वन गुजरात ओपन गोल्फ चैंपियनशिप में भी एन थंगाराजा का स्कोर -6 था। साथ ही साथ उदयन माने को आप नहीं भूल सकते हैं, कंसिस्टेंटली अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस। और उदयन माने ने भी -5 अंक प्राप्त किए थे ग्लैड वन गुजरात ओपन गोल्फ चैंपियनशिप में। और युवराज संधू लगातार 2 बड़ी प्रतियोगिताएं जीती थी उन्होंने, कोलकाता के टॉलीगंज में जो प्रतियोगिता हुई थी, और साथ ही साथ ग्लैड वन गुजरात ओपन गोल्फ चैंपियनशिप का भी खिताब उनके नाम दर्ज हुआ था। जबकि छत्तीसगढ़ ओपन में शौर्य भारद्वाज का स्कोर -27 था, कमाल का प्रदर्शन। लेकिन इस प्रतियोगिता में उनकी तरफ से कोशिश जारी है कि वो लीड करें, लेकिन हरेंद्र गुप्ता और एन थंगाराजा जो श्रीलंका के हैं, उनका प्रदर्शन निरंतर शानदार होता हुआ तीसरे राउंड का खेल चलता हुआ। और बहुत ही शानदार ये मैदान, दूसरा संस्करण अहमदाबाद ओपन गोल्फ क्लब का, और एक बहुत ही बढ़िया गोल्फ कोर्स। और जब आप इस तरह के गोल्फ कोर्स पर पहुंचते हैं तो फिर आपके अंदर एक नई ऊर्जा का संचार होता है, आप बिल्कुल गदगद हो जाते हैं। बहुत ही बेहतरीन खेल। और एसोसिएशन छत्तीसगढ़ ओपन गोल्फ चैंपियनशिप में शमीम खान ने भी बहुत अच्छा प्रदर्शन किया था, -20 अंक उनके नाम दर्ज थे। जबकि अभिनव डोहान के नाम -19, उदयन माने के नाम -18 दर्ज थे। और बांग्लादेश के कई खिलाड़ियों ने भी इस प्रतियोगिता में शिरकत की। हालांकि सुमराट सिकदर जो जिसोर गोल्फ क्लब में उनका होम ग्राउंड रहा है, 2022 में प्रोफेशनल हुए थे, वो तीसरे राउंड में जगह बनाने में सफल नहीं हो पाए। और वहीं नेपाल के सुभाष तमांग जॉन हिल्स में अपनी प्रैक्टिस करते हैं और 2024 में प्रोफेशनल्स हुए थे, वो भी तीसरे राउंड में जगह बनाने में कामयाब नहीं हुए। लेकिन माइकल आर्टेलिनो जिनकी PGTI ऑर्डर ऑफ मेरिट रैंकिंग 54 है और 28 साल की उम्र है, और GC मॉन्टिसेलो में प्रैक्टिस करते हैं, 2016 से प्रोफेशनल गोल्फ खेलते हैं। बहुत ही बेहतरीन खेल यहाँ पर खिलाड़ियों के द्वारा। अब इस अवसर का बहुत बेहतरीन फायदा उठाते हुए तो लाइव फीड आपके सामने, और मैंने आपको पहले भी बताया था कि पीजीटीआई ने शॉर्ट्स पहनने को भी अलाउ कर दिया है, और खिलाड़ियों के लिए बहुत राहत की बात, और थोड़ी मॉडर्निटी का भी बहुत बेहतरीन ख्याल रखा जाता हुआ। और एक बार फिर सारे पार्टनर्स बधाई के पात्र हैं, जिसमें इंडसइंड बैंक, निशान, बिस्लेरी, साथ ही साथ रोलेक्स, इन तमाम साथियों के सहयोग से पूरी प्रतियोगिता पीजीटीआई की संचालित होती हुई बहुत ही शानदार प्रतियोगिता। और ऑर्डर ऑफ मेरिट विनर की बात करें तो 2024 में वीर अहलावत को यह खिताब मिला था, जबकि 2023 में ओम प्रकाश चौहान, 2022 में मनुगन दास, 2020-21 में उदयन माने और शमीम खान ने अब तक कुल मिलाकर 2 बार इस ऑर्डर ऑफ मेरिट विनर खिताब को जीता है, जबकि राशिद खान 3 बार अब तक ऑर्डर ऑफ मेरिट खिताब को जीत चुके हैं, जिसमें 2013, 16 और 19। और गोल्फ का खेल बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक खेल रहा है। स्कॉटलैंड से इसकी शुरुआत मानी जाती है, और कुछ दिनों के बाद जब पीजीटीआई की गोल्फ की गाड़ी पहुंचेगी कोलकाता चैलेंज 2025 के लिए, और ये वही वेन्यू होगा जहां से भारत में गोल्फ की शुरुआत मानी जाती है, रॉयल कोलकाता गोल्फ क्लब कोलकाता। और कोलकाता चैलेंज का आयोजन किया जाना है। पीजीटीआई एंड होटल प्लानर टूर ज्वाइंट ये सैंक्शनड है, और तकरीबन $3 लाख की प्राइज मनी कोलकाता चैलेंज 2025 में। तो आप सब हमारे साथ जुड़े रहेंगे, और इसी से देश में गोल्फ का एक अद्भुत विकास होगा। गोल्फ अपने लोकप्रियता की चरम सीमा पर पहुंचेगा, बिल्कुल नज़दीक है। और अंकुर चड्ढा बहुत ही बेहतरीन खिलाड़ी, बहुत ही अच्छी कदकाठी इनकी, और बिल्कुल शांतचित्त, बहुत ही एकाग्रचित्त होकर अपने खेल को अंजाम तक पहुंचाते हैं। अंकुर चड्ढा की बात की जाए तो बहुत ही दिल्ली गोल्फ क्लब इनका होम कोर्स है, और प्रोफेशनल 2016 से हुए थे। 30 वर्ष की इनकी उम्र है, और टाटा स्टील पीजीटीआई प्लेयर्स चैंपियनशिप 2025 प्रेजेंटेड बाय टॉलीगंज, उसमें उन्होंने प्राइज मनी भी जीता था। और साथ ही साथ एससीसीएल छत्तीसगढ़ ओपन चैंपियनशिप 2025 प्रेजेंटेड बाय छत्तीसगढ़ प्रेस, उसमें भी उन्होंने प्राइज मनी जीती थी। और उनके पॉइंट्स थे टॉलीगंज क्लब वाले प्रतियोगिता में 48 और एससीसीएल छत्तीसगढ़ ओपन चैंपियनशिप में कुल मिलाकर 42। बहुत ही शानदार नज़ारा, बहुत ही अद्भुत यह मैदान, यह गोल्फ कोर्स, और वीरों की तादाद बहुत अच्छी खासी संख्या में। पर्यावरणीय दृष्टिकोण से गोल्फ का खेल अद्भुत माना जाता है, बस लेकिन शर्त यही है कि आप इसका ठीक से ख्याल रखें, जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है उस पर अपनी नज़र बनाए रखें, और वहाँ पर माइकल ओटरानी इटली के -2 अंक इनके नाम अभी तक दर्ज हैं। और मैंने आपको बताया था कि जीसी मॉन्टिसेलो में ये प्रैक्टिस करते हैं, 2016 से प्रोफेशनल है, और पीजीटीआई रैंकिंग इनकी 54 की है, और सिर्फ 28 साल की उम्र, लेकिन काम बड़ा करते हुए उम्र मायने नहीं रखती। और गोल्फ कोर्स पर जब आप पहुंचते हैं तो मुख्यतः जो पार्ट होते हैं गोल्फ कोर्स के, जिसमें बंकर, साथ ही साथ अगर वाटर्स रहे तो उसे हजार्ड्स कहा जाता है। ये बिल्कुल बेसिक्स हैं गोल्फ की, और साथ ही साथ फेयरवे जो पूरा हिस्सा होता है इन ग्रीन और पटिंग पटिंग ग्राउंड और टी ग्राउंड के बीच में जो हिस्सा होता है उसे फेयरवे कहते हैं। और जहाँ पर पटिंग आप करते हैं, जहाँ पर बिल्कुल एक फ्लैग होती है, जहाँ पर आप पिन करते हैं, वो ग्रीन मानी जाती है। इसके अलावा कार्ट लेन भी होती है बहुत सारी गोल्फ कोर्स पर। बहुत ही बेहतरीन यहाँ पर। और तीसरे राउंड में जगह बनाने में कई खिलाड़ी कामयाब हुए थे, जिसमें करणदीप कोचर जो चंडीगढ़ गोल्फ के लिए खेलते 2017 में प्रोफेशनल हुए थे और 25 साल की उम्र है। 20वीं रैंकिंग है पीजीटीआई में इनकी। और इस समय रोहित नरवाल आपके सामने बहुत अच्छी टच में नजर आते हुए रोहित नरवाल, और प्लस 1 अंक है उनका पॉइंट्स यहाँ पर। लेकिन उसे वो माइनस में तब्दील जरूर करना चाहेंगे अपने प्रयास से, और इसके लिए पूरे डेडिकेटेड एफर्ट्स के साथ वो मैदान में उतरे हैं, पूरी संकल्प शक्ति के साथ मैदान में उतरे हैं, गोल्फ कोर्स में उतरे हैं। और निश्चित रूप से जैसे जैसे समय बीत और पीजीटीआई रैंकिंग उनकी 24 है और 2025 में ही वो प्रोफेशनल हुए हैं। साथ ही साथ मन का अंदाज
Welcome back. So what we've seen, that was another close one, and sure that's going to hurt. Tangaraja is right up there, the new leader, and he could have added another one there. Uh, Became a leader after finding a birdie, his first of the day, and which was the third hole. And he's been quite consistent on the par fours, the first 3 holes of the course on all 3 days now. If you consider out of these out of these 9 attempts, he has sparred 10 times. I mean, he has sparred 8 times, found birdies twice. That makes it 7 and 2, 7 pars and 2 birdies, and the second of the 2 birdies got him the sole lead today. So he has moved to -7 for the tournament, 1 shot ahead of the overnight leader. So the lead has changed hands, and we are still on the 4th hole of the day. So some keen contest, and of course there is the overnight leader. He has some work to do. So far, what we have seen is 1 bogey from the overnight leader Harendra and 1 birdie from Thangaraja, and that is why you see a 2-shot swing there.
There's a bit of movement a little further down, Rakesh. Badal Hussain from Bangladesh is on a bit of a charge. He's picked up 2 shots in his opening 9 holes against no bogeys, so he's has a clean card so far, and he's in a share of 5th place on 1 under par. In fact, Badal has not had a great season so far. It's been his compatriot Jamal who has really been on a roll, something of a roll from towards the middle of last season. Done very well. So it's good to see this Badal also coming back. He is a good player and has over the years been a regular on the PGTI, one of a group of 5 or 6 from Bangladesh, just like from Sri Lanka. We have always had 4 or 5 players. Look, which gives the PGTI also, an international feel and look. And the fact that it's considered to be good enough for a good number of overseas players, from Europe, from the United States, from we have even have players from South America who played here, come through the qualifying school, earn their tour cards on the full tour, and in front of you on screen is one of them, Michel Ortolani from Italy. Made a slightly difficult start to his round with a drop shot on hole number 1, got it back immediately, and he's going steady since then. Tied currently for third with Yashash Chandra, who is, as Rakesh said earlier, opted for the more conservative approach on the opening four holes, which are all par fours. Ortolani now taking his time over the putt, making sure he has a good read. He is now 5 behind the leader, Thangaraja, having picked up a shot on the third hole. He's 7 under, sole leader, overnight leader. Harinder Gupta of Chandigarh has dropped down to second place, and Ortolani with his putt. A good read and a good conversion. He walks off the green looking happy. Like we keep saying, this is the day when players down the order particularly will want to maximize this 18 run of 18 holes, get as close to the top 2, top 3, top 4 as they can. A little action replay of Ortolani's putt. Kapil now looking to clean up. Which he does. Poker face, not showing much emotion. And young Narwal, third and final member of this group, the penultimate group behind the leaders. Again, also taking his time over the line, making sure he knows exactly where he needs the ball to go.
Series of shots which we see, it hasn't turned into a birdie because everybody is just trying to save a shot and just avoid any dropped strokes anywhere. So what you see is a very conservative approach, par after par after par, and that is
मैं बस देख रहा हूँ काट को कुछ ना हो जाए. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Aditya Chauhan, PGTI professional for about last 18 odd years.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Ashpit. I turned pro a year after him, so I'm at 17 years. Today, we're going to attempt a flop shot close to the pin over the cart. So let's see who gets it better. Not bad, not bad. Thank you.
चलो अब official वाला ले लेते हैं.
So I think the result says it all. So I have bragging rights. Until next time.
Yeah, I'm not much about bragging, so let him take it all.
That's okay. All right, I'm used to it. Well played.
Well done.
Well done.
An interesting little demo there from one of our co-commentators in the blue shirt, Aditya Rajkumar Chauhan, and taking on Harpreet Thind in the battle of flop shots, and Thind the clear winner, getting nice elevation over the golf cart parked between them and the green. And Aditya obviously going a little lower, though he also got it safely over the vehicle in front of him. And as you see in front of you, the leaderboard, Thanga now in sole possession of top spot after 4 holes. Overnight leader Harendra Gupta yet to make up for that drop shot on hole number 1. Ortolani has swapped one bogey for birdie for bogey, I beg your pardon. So he is holding station in third place alongside Yashas. Badal Hussain, having climbed up all the way up to a share of fifth place, and another one making a move, a local boy, Varun Parik. He is also up to fifth, riding on just one a single birdie alongside Stephen Danek from the Czech Republic. Like you're saying, again, the international flavor of the PGTI Rakesh reflected here, right on the in front of us, the top 5. You have 3 countries other than India represented, which tells you, and this is really what the PGTI is setting out to achieve, become a launch pad for the bigger tours, and giving it's really become an international tour in many ways. Yeah, this year the qualifying school had, I think, players from 17 or 18 countries. Not just in our neighborhood, that is Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and all that, but from much further afield. We have a player from Japan in the main wear the card this year. 2 or 3 Americans, a Canadian, a good number of Europeans.
Yeah, with the world ranking points up for grabs, I'm sure a lot of overseas, aspirants they'll be around, and the number is sure to grow. Of course, you have terms and conditions for these overseas names, and of course, it was. In the meantime, we see the ball rolling on the green there.
If you go back a few years, Rakesh, here's you have this very course. In fact, saw one of golf's current superstars, Brooks Koepka,
Yeah.
played here in what was to be the Challenger Tour in the early days of his career when he was still searching for world rank, like you mentioned,
recall, yeah.
world ranking points. So he is played. Subsequently he has gone on to win 5 majors, and he's one of golf's true superstars of the present day. And he has played on this very course, which just says, it shows you. And in fact, moving on from this event, then the next 2 are going to be Challenger Tour. What used to be Challenger Tour events, now called the Tour Planner, hotelplanner.com tour, Hotel Planner Tour, which is the feeder tour for the DP World Tour, which is a European tour, with whom the PGTI has a tie-up in terms of the topper, the Order of Merit winner of at least the last 3 years, getting full playing rights on the European tour. Manu Gandas was the first beneficiary in 2022. Om Prakash Chauhan, again now a Gujarat-based player, he was the second beneficiary, and now we have Veer Alawat, who's plying his trade on the DP World Tour. Veer, of course, climbed all the way up to the top of the PGTI's Order of Merit on the basis of that stunning performance at last year's Indian Open. And the closing hole, he eagled the long par 5 18th hole at the DLF Golf and Country Club, on the basis of which he went on to top the Order of Merit last year, and he's currently playing on the DP World Tour.
You mentioned 2 events back to back, and if you add a third event, another joint sanctioned event, so for 3 successive weeks, we are going to have this month. We are going to have events in Kolkata, then 2 back to back events here in Delhi and NCR region. So a lot of action here. The Kolkata Challenge, Delhi Challenge, followed by the Indian Open. So plenty of action in and around Delhi.
And importantly, Rakesh, all of them are dollar events.
Yes.
The first two, the 2 challenge events, the Kolkata Challenge at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club, and the Delhi Challenge at the Classic Golf and Country Club will be $300,000 and will lead into the Indian Open, the Hero Indian Open, which will be played at the end of the month from March 27 to 30. That was $2.25 million. So these events are the ones that will give our players not just exposure to international competition, but also chance to make big strides on the order of merit. Of course, the competition obviously is going to be that much tougher.
And of course,
So
over
just to complete the Google for our viewers for their information, the Kolkata Challenger will be at the RCGC, like I mentioned, from March 13 to 16, followed by the Delhi Challenger at the Classic course from March 20 to 23, with the Hero Indian Open to follow from March 27 to 30. Back to you, Rajesh.
Yeah, and over the years, what I've seen, say, about in the last 3 decades, nothing has helped Indian golf more than Indians winning the home, I mean, the events held here, and all those like dollar events, right from, say, if you go back to 1991 when Ali Sher won it, 1993 again the Indian Open came Ali Sher's way, and then Jyoti winning the Hero, the Hero Honda Masters at the DGC, and so on and so forth. I think all these events we remember, that is because an Indian emerged as an unexpected champion, at least in the first decade. Thereafter, we started expecting Indians to beat the overseas aspirants, challengers, and when they started doing, I mean, our hopes grew, and there were Indians who won the Indian Open more than once. So, and that was probably the best advertisement for Indian golf, both at the domestic level, and it also kind of established Indians as among those that who could beat challengers and win. In fact, SSP Chaurasia, when he won European tour events, like held in the country, be it the I think it was MR Masters, then there was one more, the Johnny Walker Classic, I guess. In 2008, I think we had,
And then two-time the Hero Indian Open.
yeah, twice he won the Indian Open.
So,
Yeah,
and
so
also just to add to your point, very good point. Not just the fact that it shows Indian golf is on the right track, but also the fact that when you have a winner from your own pool of talent,
yeah,
it acts as a morale booster and shows the rest of the fraternity, the Indian golf fraternity, that it can be done against international competition. We don't have to just only battle among ourselves. We are also good enough to take on international level players and succeed, which is always a huge thing. I mean, I always go back to the 1983 World Cup as Kapil's team. That Kapil is, of course, now currently president of the PGTI.
PGTI.
So he's brought his talents and his energy from the cricket ground to the golf course, and I'm sure that he will add that much of zing and zest to what the PGTI will do in the next few years. But the fact remains that when you have a role model, a winning role model, it's a huge boost for youngsters down the line, others around you. And look where Indian cricket is today. So that's there's no finer example.
very true. And also, if you see an Indian winning a dollar event anywhere in the country, that also serves as inspiration to a lot of youngsters who are hitting the golf courses around the country, attending clinics, and getting closer to those who have been there, done that. So I think that also helps, because these kids can walk up to these champs as and when their opportunity comes up, and also get some of the inputs which are so, it is like priceless. And that is what happens. You have to meet a champion to feel what a champion thinks like, and what he can share with you. And Indian golfers have shared immensely with the younger lot. A champion from Chandigarh has done so much for those coming from his city, that we have seen. It began with Jeev there, And imagine at the DLF Golf and Country Club, you had like Jyoti Randhawa, you had a role model in Gaurav Ghai at the DGC, and so on and so forth. And I'm sure SSP Chaurasia did the same at home. So all these guys, when they win something, go back home, they add so much to the future, in the sense that a lot of youngsters are willing to invest their time, their energy, their resources, and they believe that if it can be done, why is it that we can't do it? So I think that is what has helped Indian golf reach where it has reached today.
Yes, and in the meantime, just to return to the events unfolding in front of us, just off camera, Manish Thakran, after a clean first nine, has picked up two shots and three holes on his back nine, and to move all the way up to 1 over par for the event and 2 under for the day, which brings him into a share of fifth place, and alongside Badal Hussain and Varun Parik. Varun, of course, a local player. He plays and he comes from a course also in and around Ahmedabad. Winner last year, and before that, his first. Dhruv Sharan from just off the fairway, first rough. He obviously has some query of his caddy. Do I have the right club? What's the yardage? What's the distance? Holding what looks like a wedge. Two blips on his card so far, two drop shots. Three, in fact. He opened with a double bogey and another bogey later in the front nine.
Interestingly, of the top 18 golfers so far who have played the par 3 fifth hole, every single player, all 18 players have parred it. No blips there.
True. And three so far in the top 15 have picked up shots on the next hole, the par. The first of the real scoring opportunities, the par 5.
Yeah, the par 5. Yeah, the birdie holes, the four birdie holes on the course.
Stephen Denick, Dhruv Sharan, and
Arjun Sharma.
Arjun
Yeah,
Sharma
true.
from Greater Noida. So progress being made where it's possible.
Yeah.
But the difference will lie, Rakesh, on the par fours. It's the players who will pick up shots on the par fours
Yeah.
that will really spell a difference at the end tomorrow. Because the threes and fives, you're almost like a given. You expect a professional to,
Yeah.
to go at least to make a good try at picking up shots on those 8 holes.
Yeah.
But it's the remaining, it's the remaining holes that remaining 10, the 10 par fours on this course, long one, all of them are pretty long ones.
Yeah.
That will probably spell the difference between top and not.
Absolutely. To actually reinforce what you just said, if I have to take an example, Manish Thakran is the example of the day. After two eventful rounds where he had birdies, he had bogeys, he had double bogeys on par fours. I mean, if you look at his rounds on the first 2 days, he has had over par scores of 73 on day one, 74 on the next day. But today, he parred the back nine. I mean, sorry, he parred the front nine every single hole, and then he took a turn at 36, and then he responded with birdie, birdie, par. So there he is, a flawless card so far after 12 holes on the course today, and he has picked up two shots, and he has moved to the joint sixth spot. For someone who has been struggling to break par, he has been I mean, he's just finding pars almost at will, and then he has just managed to sneak in two birdies there. So very consistent, very, very persistent there, and he is reaping the rewards for that.
Trying to make use of the contours of the green there, Kapil, but the ball didn't roll as far as he would have hoped, stopping well short of the pin. Large greens. In fact, one of the things that's really caught the eye is the size of the greens here. On the larger size gives players a lot of scope to play around with, golfers. Again, Dhruv also opting to bump and run the ball. The downslope taking it a little further than he would have liked. These are the putts that make life uneasy, to put it in the most mild possible way. For the best of golfers, this between 4 and 6 feet, it sometimes can really test your nerve, because you should be putting it away, and if you don't, it's like it really hurts. So these are what we also call knee knockers. You're really hoping for the best. You are good enough to do it. Third member of the group, Chada, is also off the green. Again, looking like he's bump and run. He got the ball far back in his stance. Definitely better control of speed than the two before him who played also off the green. That will be a little more than a tap in for Chada.
You mentioned about golfers struggling with this short sort of a putt. I mean, anything between, I think, 4 to 8 feet, it's always a little tricky. I mean, you know that you are supposed to sink it, but yeah, nerves can actually give it a kind of a twist.
The number of putts that top level golfers miss from 6 feet, between 6 and 8 feet, is astonishing. You actually do some research on this, and you'll see it's something in excess of 25%,
That's huge.
which is, I mean,
It's massive.
it's probably even higher than that. Of course, that there are again so many with the golf is a game of variables. There's so many variables. Every green is different. No two greens are the same. So the degree of slope, which way the grass is cut, how much of which way the ball is going to cut from left to right, right to left, pace of the green on that day. Okay. So there's so many factors you have to cater for. That's what makes this game such a difficult one. Kapil will feel that he's just left his ball and could have put a little more pressure on his putt. Rolled to a stop a couple of inches from the cup. He knows it. He was remonstrating with himself. Why did I not put a little bit of more pressure on that? Dhruv Sharan with his putt. Again, not the greatest of distances. Looks to be going a little from right to left, given by what we can see from here. This caddy seems to be indicating the same. There's a bit of right to left movement on that putt. Sharan making sure he's on the right line, stepping back. These are the things one must learn, even as amateur golfers. Don't rush the game.
Step back if needed.
If you're not sure, take another few seconds, but give yourself the best possible chance, basically.
A great camera angle there. Just what we were talking
his
about.
caddy was suggesting that they would be birds in order, but I think Dhruv opted to play what looked like the inside of the cup rather than outside it, and ball cut away at the very, very last. So this is exactly what happens in these are mid range putts. These are not really short range putts. They're not long putts. These are mid range putts, 5 to 8 feet, and they can be terrible. They really hurt you. Chada making no mistake with that one. It was a lovely chip on from where he was. A thick rough on the right edge of the green. Bump rolled it to within a foot, or maybe a foot and a half, 14, 15 inches. And more beautiful aerial work from our camera team on the spot at the Kensville Golf and Country Resort. I think the first major golf course to be built in and around Ahmedabad. And back on the PGTI schedule after a gap of 6 years. And you get a good idea of exactly what not just the course but the surroundings look like. A beautiful, very large golf, I beg your pardon, clubhouse. Seems to have a swimming pool, and you have a lake in the distance.
So, in the meantime, Michel Otteroni, after a long time, he has picked up a shot and bridged the gap between him and the overnight leader, Harendra, from 4 shots to 3 shots. So, for long, it was like the two front runners were ahead by at least 4 shots. And now that gap between Harendra and Otterani is reduced by one. And Tangaraja continues to lead Harendra by a shot after both had 2 successive pars.
Just 4 players, Rakesh, at the moment in red figures. Our leader, of course, Tangaraja 7 under par. Arunda Gupta in second place, 6 under par. Michel Otolani holding third place by himself on 3 under. And Yashash Chandra on 2 under. Next best is Ankur Chadha, who started with the birdie and has parred the rest of the next 6 holes. He is on level par. Thakran has been making gains 2 under for the day, as is Badal Hussain 2 under for the day. Behind him, Varun Parik 1 under for the day, and Stephen Danek also 1 under for the day. All of them now in a share of 6th place, along with Kapil Kumar on 1 over par.
And here, After two completed rounds, and we are almost a quarter of we are already five holes through the third round. Harendra Gupta is the only one to have completed two rounds of scores. No other player, including the current leader Thangaraja, has I mean, he has this kind of a, I mean, if you allow me to say, distinction of having two successive subpar rounds. But Harinder is the one who is currently in round three, is over par for the day, one shot over par. So so it's really kind of topsy, a very topsy turvy sort of like round so far. You can never really be too sure of who is going to look solid, because everybody looks vulnerable here. The course is having its say. The players are cautious. They just want to just add to the like gains without being too flamboyant about their play. They are not too aggressive. They are not attacking the pins as one would expect. And I think the wind has again settled down, so that brief period when we saw the flags fluttering, I think the conditions look just right. It's just that the demons which have to be conquered by the players out there. If once that happens, I think we can see a little bit of more aggression on the like back nine, as the score so far shows that a lot of people who are already there on the back nine have been firing birdies almost at will. So let's hope for some great action once the players, the leading guys, take the turn.
He summed it up very well. Golf game of great uncertainties and constantly changing variables. It's literally by the minute, by the hour. It's a topsy turvy sport, Rakesh, and it's very very hard. Which is why these every one of these players on or off our screens, they are very very strong mentally. You have to be incredibly resilient and mentally tough to just survive in this sport, far less succeed in that's a different level. So it's brilliant. I mean, and you're seeing a good example of why and how good these players can be. The controlled amount of distance and control of lines, and the use of their clubs, different surfaces demanding different approaches. Narwal obviously opting for a slightly lofted. I think he's missed that ball very badly. He had what looked like a lob wedge or a sand wedge in his hand, and he completely muffed that. He wanted to put it up much higher in the air than he actually did. I think the demons play tricks with your mind, till the very last second. He obviously knew what he wanted to do, but just when it came to converting that thought into action, somewhere his mind held him back. We saw the result of that.
And considering it's a 1 crore prize money event, that one shot could be quite costly.
Certainly. And the prize purse at the end of the week is there's a 5 lakh rupee difference between winning and coming second.
That's huge. That one shot could be that. Who knows?
Kapil Kumar taking his time over the putt. He is probably the longest putt of all to make. But leaving it short. It looked like it was a slight gradient. He seemed to have pulled back on the putt at the very last second. It's left it well short. Ideally, all of them would aim to cross the pin by at least a few inches. Meanwhile, on live feed, two more action. It looks like the unmistakable figure of Rashid Khan standing next to the flag. It could be difficult to tell from here. I beg your pardon. That's Ravi Kumar playing in the group just ahead of this. He's playing alongside Ankur Chadha and Dhruv Sharan. Meanwhile, Narwal pondering and looking to put that muff chip behind him as quickly as possible and make the best out of this unfortunate situation. The young man looks like he will drop another shot here. Given the size of it, it looks much more benign. Okay, I wouldn't say benign. It looks much less challenging than it actually is. I mean, you can see how quickly fortunes are swinging here. Literally, within the space of 2 or 3 holes, you're up 5 places, or you're down, 5, 6, 7, 8 places in the stroke of in space of just one green. You walk on and walk off, and it could be two up, it could be two down. Otolani has just seen what happened with the previous putts. So his is a very different line. It looks like it's coming downhill just a tad from while Kapil's was going uphill all the way.
Autorani has found company of Yashas Chandra, who has also birdied hole number 6. So they both have company again.
Well, Yasha's finally breaking that long run of pars. And on the 6th hole, he's finally picked up a shot. So he's in a tie for third. Ortolani actually had a chance of, staying one ahead with that putt, but it just left his putt right on the lip. So, like I said, he'll probably leave this green feeling that he could have done a little bit better.
Down the order board, there are two players. Very, very interesting scores for them. Tapendra Ghai is 3 under after 4 birdies and a bogey. And Yash Mazumdar also is 3 under with 3 birdies. And they both have played the back nine first. And now they are going to take the turn, and they must be on the 10th hole for the day. And no other player uh, seems to have gone 3 under so far. I think that also shows that, what we were talking about, somebody from lower down the leaderboard making a charge. And these two guys seem to be just right there.
No change at the top since the third hole, where Thanga actually broke away from Harinder Gupta's grip, from going from 6 under to 7 under for the tournament, 1 under for the day. And like Rakesh was pointing out to you, after those two who have gone 3 under, Tapi, Ghai and Mazumdar, the next best are 2 under. You have about 5 or 6 players who have got 2 under for the day, including Manish Thakran and Badal Hussain. Badal, in fact, both of them are carrying on in like vein. Yet to drop a shot now onto the 13th holes, sharing 6th place, these two. Manish, of course, from the Classic Golf and Country Club, which will be the venue of the Delhi Challenger in a few weeks, and Badal Hussain from Dhaka. And like we've kept saying, truly an international flavor to this leaderboard. Number 1 from Sri Lanka, number 3 from Italy, number 6 from Bangladesh, Fellow also in a share for sixth from the Czech Republic, Stephen Danek, holding position. Little further down the order, Jamal Hussain, who's been in phenomenal form the last few months, end of the last season and now early on in here. Not the greatest lie to be playing onto the green from. Giving the ball plenty of air and seeing it check successfully a couple of feet from the flag, maybe 3 feet. This is a group we haven't really followed very much. We just saw Rohan Dhole Patil fly his ball onto the green from the rough on the edge. Stephen Danek in the pink shirt facing camera, and Rashid Khan back to camera also in pink. It's unusual to see Rashid in shorts, Rakesh, so it's good that he's adopted the PGTI, which is just brought from the previous event, I think, or was it the Grade 1 tournament? They allowed shorts on players to wear shorts, which is not normally permitted, but looking forward, given the fact that we are a tropical country, it's the most sensible decision the PGTI has taken. And Rashid, I don't know why he's disappointed with that. That was a pretty good putt, 20 plus feet, and he's left himself what looks to be little more than a tap in. So yeah, like I'm coming back to that point, in a country which is basically, we're going into our summer in a few weeks, it makes eminent sense to allow players to be wearing shorts, not now, maybe years and years earlier, but the fact that it is being done, I think the PGTI should give itself a pat on the back. President Kapil Dev and the new chief executive Amandeep Joel and the board jointly coming to taking the step. Here's a man from Europe, another European, Stephen Danek from Czech Republic. One over in all. Long right to left curling putt, but not long enough. Pretty good effort still. He's just left himself a 8-inch 1 foot tap in. And Pune's Dhole Patil will want to cash in on that beautiful flighted wedge shot onto the green from just off the edge. Brave shot. He's 6 over for the event, and maybe he'll start his turnaround here. There's still many, many holes to go. 18 tomorrow and 10 plus holes today, so anything is possible.
A little while ago, you mentioned about those with day score being -2. Interestingly, down the order, you have our very own Manu Gandas. He's one player who struggled on day one and day two with scores of 75 and 76. That's 3 over and 4 over. Just about managed to make the field on the last 2 days. Started with a bogey on the 10th, and then from hole number 3 to 4, he's got a hat trick of birdies. So he's on -2 for the day. Knowing his capabilities, don't just write him off yet. Currently, he's sharing the 26th spot after being 2 under for the day. But that could well be a surprise. So we will keep an eye on him and we'll keep updating his progress.
ये रात में जो मजा है, मजा ये कुछ नया नया है। ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है, ये झूमता ही जा रहा है। हम कहाँ हैं, तुम कहाँ हो, दिल कहाँ पे होशे।
Bisleri, drink it up.
झूम 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 बाबा, झूम 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 बाबा।
लगातार आंखों देखा हाल सुना रहे थे और गोल्फ की बारीकियों से अवगत करा रहे थे और लगातार यहाँ पर ब्रेक के पहले आपको भोले पाटिल बिल्कुल होल नंबर 9 पर दिखे थे और उसके बाद होल नंबर 7 के पास यहाँ पर खिलाड़ी बिल्कुल पिन करने के लिए तैयार हैं। साथ में उनके कैडीज यहाँ पर अहमदाबाद ओपन गोल्फ चैंपियनशिप 2025 प्रेजेंटेड बाय इंड बैंक। और इंड बैंक की बात करें तो 1994 में इसकी स्थापना हुई थी और सबसे पुरानी सभ्यता सिंधु घाटी सभ्यता के नाम पर ही इसका नामकरण रखा गया था। और 2024 में सेंट्रल बैंक डिजिटल करेंसी जो एक कार्यक्रम थी रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया की, उसमें भरपूर सहयोग दिया था इंड बैंक ने और साथ ही साथ वित्तीय प्रबंधन में आपकी बहुत मदद करता है, वित्तीय तौर पर आपको साक्षर करता है। और इंडसइंड बैंक का इस प्रतियोगिता में बहुत बड़ा योगदान, प्रेजेंटिंग पार्टनर है इस प्रतियोगिता के, जबकि गुजरात टूरिज्म एसोसिएट स्पॉन्सर है। और गुजरात टूरिज्म के तौर पर बहुत ही बेहतरीन राज्य माना जाता है। अगर आप गुजरात पहुंचते हैं तो फिर आप साबरमती आश्रम जो राष्ट्रपिता बापू का आश्रम माना जाता है, साथ ही साथ साबरमती रिवर फ्रंट, विक्रम साराभाई एस्टेट एग्जीबिशन सेंटर, ये सब देखना ना भूलेंगे। द कैलिको म्यूजियम ऑफ टेक्सटाइल्स, सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल नेशनल मेमोरियल और साथ ही साथ स्टैच्यू ऑफ यूनिटी जो दुनिया की सबसे ऊंची मूर्ति मानी जाती है। और साथ ही साथ एक महत्वपूर्ण चीज, अगर आप सामान्य ज्ञान के छात्र भी हैं तो आपकी वो मदद कर सकता है कि जो प्योर एशियाटिक लायंस होते हैं सिर्फ गुजरात में पाए जाते हैं। साथ ही साथ ऑटो वर्ल्ड विंटेज कार म्यूजियम भी आपको अहमदाबाद में मिल जाएंगे। और यह गोल्फ कोर्स अहमदाबाद से सिर्फ 40 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर अवस्थित है और गुजरात राज्य वेस्टर्न कोस्ट ऑफ इंडिया पर अवस्थित है। कुल मिलाकर 1600 किलोमीटर तटवर्ती इलाके और एक आंकड़ों के अनुसार तकरीबन 20 मिलियन स्वदेशी पर्यटक यानी डोमेस्टिक पर्यटक और साथ ही साथ 2 लाख विदेशी पर्यटक हर साल 2015 के बाद से गुजरात आते हैं। और गुजरात टूरिज्म के इस समय ब्रांड एम्बेसडर हैं महानायक बिग बी अमिताभ बच्चन। बहुत ही बेहतरीन ये आयोजन और समय पिन में गेंद जाती हुई और वो जो डिंपल होती है गोल्फ बॉल में, वो बिल्कुल आपको दूरी तय करने में आपकी मदद करता है। बहुत ही मनोरम दृश्य, बिल्कुल आपकी आंखों को आकर्षित करेगा। बिल्कुल स्टांस लेने की कोशिश, एंगल बनाते हैं और एंगल बनाने के उपरांत ही आप अंजाम देते हैं। होल नंबर 8 पर यहाँ पर पिन करने की कोशिश, यहाँ पर खिलाड़ी की थोड़ा एंगल बनाते हुए और उसके बाद अच्छा स्टांस आप लेते हैं, उसके बाद आप इनको पट करते हैं। गोल्फ बहुत ही तकनीक का खेल है और इसमें एक्सपर्टाइज के लिए आपको वक्त देना होगा, धैर्य रखना होगा। रोहित नरवाल इस समय बहुत अच्छी टच में दिखते हुए, एक बहुत ही अच्छे खिलाड़ी, बहुत ही सुदृढ़ खिलाड़ी, प्रतिभाशाली। और जैसे जैसे आगे बढ़ेंगे अपने करियर में ऊंची छलांग लगाएंगे। और पीजीटीआई लगातार इस बात की कोशिश करते हुए किया प्रोफेशनल गोल्फ टूर ऑफ इंडिया विश्व की सबसे प्रतिष्ठित गोल्फ प्रतियोगिताओं में शामिल हो, और प्रयास जारी है। और इस बार पट किया था रोहित नरवाल ने। कमाल की कॉम्बिनेशन इनके ड्रेस की, बहुत ही उम्दा खिलाड़ी। अब तक बहुत उम्दा खेल चला है। शांत चित्त होकर, एकाग्रचित्त होकर सभी खिलाड़ियों ने अपनी गोल्फ फॉर्टी का मुजाहिरा पेश किया है। और यदि आप पहले प्लेयर बनते हैं हॉल इन वन ऑन द 11th हॉल, तो आपको निशान मैग्नाइट कार जीतने का मौका मिल जाएगा। हॉल नंबर 9 यहाँ पर, और बेहद करीब हैं यहाँ पर पिन करने के। और उनकी कोशिश होगी कि बिल्कुल परफेक्ट एंगल के साथ यहाँ पर इसको पिन किया जाए, एंगल बनाते हुए। और हर शॉट्स की अपनी एक अलग एंगल होती है। जब आप अप्रोच शॉट खेलते हैं तो फिर आप उस बेहद करीब आते हैं ग्रीन के, और इसके बाद फिर आप अपने पटर का इस्तेमाल करते हैं। फ्लैग के नजदीक जब पहुंचते हैं तो उनमें उत्साह जगता है, और बिल्कुल वो समर्पित भाव से इस गेंद को पिन करना चाहते हैं। और पीजीटीआई कैंसिल गोल्फ और कंट्री क्लब में 6 वर्षों के उपरांत लौटा ये दूसरा संस्करण है इस गुजरात ओपन गोल्फ चैंपियनशिप का। और 2023 में जब ग्लैडवन गोल्फ रिसोर्ट में प्रतियोगिता हुई थी, रेगुलर एडिशन ग्रुप अहमदाबाद ओपन का, तो उसको जमाल हुसैन ने जीता था। और पहली दफ़ा इवेंट यहाँ पर कैंसिल वैली गोल्फ और कंट्री क्लब में आयोजित किया जा रहा है। एथलेटिक ड्राइव, बिस्लेरी, ड्रिंक इट अप। और इस समय और गोल्फ एक्सपर्ट्स कहते हैं कि आप शुरू करने के पहले थोड़ा वार्म अप भी करें। इसके लिए एंकल फ्रंट्स हिप फ्लेक्सस रोटेशनल मूवमेंट और रिस्ट एंड एल्बोज इम्पैक्ट का इस्तेमाल करना होता है। नेक मसल्स को भी आपको थोड़ी राहत प्रदान करनी होती है। हल्के फुल्के फिजियोथेरेपी का इस्तेमाल भी आवश्यक। और बिल्कुल पिन के बेहद करीब है यहाँ पर। और गोल्फ में बहुत तकनीकी शब्दावलियां हैं। अगर आप 1 स्ट्रोक अंडर पार करते हैं तो इसे बर्डी कहा जाता है, जबकि 2 स्ट्रोक अंडर पार को ईगल कहा जाता है। और अगर आप 3 स्ट्रोक अंडर पार करते हैं तो इसको अल्बाट्रॉस कहा जाता है। और उससे ऊपर अगर 4 स्ट्रोक्स अंडर पार करते हैं तो इसको कॉन्डर कहा जाता है। और जो तय मानक है जिसे बाढ़ आप कहते हैं, उससे ज़्यादा अगर आप मौका लेते हैं तो फिर उसे बॉगी कहा जाता है। ठीक उससे आगे बढ़ते जाइएगा तो फिर डबल बॉगी और ट्रिपल बॉगी आ जाती है। और गोल्फ में कहा जाता है कि विंग फिट इज अ बोनस। और एंथन राजा इस समय, साथ ही साथ नरेंद्र गुप्ता दूसरे स्थान पर, माइकल ऑर्टिनो इटली के तीसरे स्थान पर, यशस चंद्रा चौथे स्थान पर। स्कोर बिल्कुल कमाल का रहा है। थंगाराजा ने एक बार पुनः वापसी की है और एक बार फिर से पिन करते हुए अहमदाबाद ओपन गोल्फ चैंपियनशिप 2025 और इसके बाद गोल्फ की गाड़ी पहुंचेगी ऐतिहासिक शहर कोलकाता में और सबसे पुराने क्लब में वहां पर मुकाबला खेला जाएगा। बहुत करीब हैं, बहुत मुश्किल नहीं आएगी, लेकिन फिर भी आपको अपनी तकनीक से समझौता नहीं करना होता है। यहाँ पर अच्छा प्रयास और साथ ही साथ अगर आप क्लब्स की तरफ जाएंगे तो इसमें वुड्स होते हैं, वेजेस होते हैं, साथ ही साथ पटर ड्राइवर जिसके से आप शुरुआत करते हैं, ड्राइवर से ही शुरुआत करने की सलाह दी जाती है क्योंकि बहुत लॉन्ग डिस्टेंस तय करती है जब इससे आप गेंद पर प्रहार करते हैं। इसके अलावा आयरन्स जो 3 आई से शुरू होकर 9 आई तक जाता है, हालांकि 1 आई भी होते हैं लेकिन अमूमन 3 आई से लेकर 9 आई तक ही वो जाता है। और इस समय काफ़ी नज़दीक विक्टोरियस चॉइस कीबोर्ड आपके स्क्रीन पर देखते हुए और इस बार आसानी के साथ बिल्कुल पिन किया था।
What a great shot! But he looks tired. And that's a drinks break.
But what's the plus sign for? अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस। जब लगे थकान वाली प्यास, जरूरी है सेल लेवल हाइड्रेशन। इसके इलेक्ट्रोलाइट्स आपके सेल्स को रिहाइड्रेट करे, एनर्जी लौटाए, थकान वाली प्यास मिटाए।
जब आपको भी लगे थकान वाली प्यास, अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, थकान वाली प्यास के लिए।
Harendra Gupta now putting on the 8th green. He is not really being able to come back from that one drop shot at the very start of his round, which allowed Thamaraja to first catch up with him and then go ahead when the Sri Lankan birdied hole number 3. And Thanga has thereafter played steady golf to have no blots on his card. After 7 holes, he's 1 under for the day and 7 under for the tournament. Harendra Gupta holding steady in second place on 6 under. The movement is happening behind these two, Michel Ortolani and Yashash Chandra. Tied for third place, Ankur Chadha is sole fourth on level par. Chandra and Ortolani are, of course, 3 under for the tournament.
Interestingly, 4 out of the top 6 at the moment, they all have had flawless cards so far in round 3.
And going by what we've seen down the order, Rakesh, on the back nine seems to be where a lot of players have picked up shots. I mean, the proportion of birdies to par or bogey is much higher on the back nine than it is on the front nine. So this is going to help the top 5 or 6 groups who teed off from tee number 1, because they will then be heading to what seems to be the easier of the 2 nines on this course.
Very true. I think that's one of the reasons. I think both Harindra and Thangaraja, they have parred the last 4 holes, all in succession here. Otulani has done with the last 2. And Yash is also the one among the top four with flawless cards. uh, has parred six out of the first seven holes, and that seventh one being a birdie. So, good news for those who are patient, because if they get this information that the back nine is playing a little easy, uh, maybe they will just be focusing a little more on not dropping a shot and not being needlessly aggressive. That was a good part there.
Yasha's just showing how tense that putt was. His knees literally sagged in relief once the ball did finally roll in, Rakesh. You could see how much the ball, if he was putting for a birdie, then that gives him sole possession of third place. And that would
Tentative,
close the
yeah.
gap to Gupta to just 2 strokes. And Gupta on your screen at the moment, looking to fight his way back into contention, though he's just one off the lead. But he's not really been able to push Thanga ahead of him in any real fashions up to this point. Again, like you said, maybe the back nine is where his challenge will come alive. And by the same token, even Thangaraja will find will have exactly the same conditions. So whether that's of any real benefit to the overnight leader or not remains to be seen.
Like yesterday, Harindra had three birdies, one eagle, and one double bogey yesterday. So, I mean, his eagle on the par five, par four, 15th. But then he did pick up a shot on the 17th. So he's been playing fairly, reasonably. I mean, he's been right up there on the back nine, but nothing quite like his front nine on day one, where he had five birdies against one bogey. But overall, I still feel that Harindra will wait for his chance and go for it. And there's
Ortolani is not doesn't look to be in a very happy space. His ball probably tucked away behind a tree, looking to find a good landing spot near the green where his ball can release towards the hole. You can see he's literally pacing out the distance, so he gets an exact idea of how far he needs to fly the ball. Luckily, it's not too bad. It's not on a downslope, which makes his job just a little bit easier. So he can get under the ball more easily with that shot. The Italian just left his ball just a little short. I mean, that's what he was trying to pace off, I think, the distance when he didn't want to overshoot that little bump at the edge of the green. And he was too conservative with his approach, and the ball stayed shy of the shy of that little hump, which means he's probably off the green again. Coming back to your point, Rakesh, of playing conservative, I think, this was a very good example of just that. No one wants to take a risk. No one wants to shoot off the green and play a ball coming back up. And remember, he actually paced out that shot. He literally measured by foot, and he still, checked himself. At some point, he held something back. Where he should have flown the ball onto the green, he kept it on the edge and it just stayed off right where it fell.
And one thing is very clear that with their approach shots, nobody is attacking the pin. They all are laying up. They all want to approach the pin conservatively and just do enough to stay within the range. And that's a much better effort in the sense that a lot of putts that we have been seeing, that they've been left short. And as it is normally said in golf, that when you're on the green, if it's never up, it's never in. So you have to hit the ball at least up to the flag and not leave it too short. So on this occasion, we saw the ball just stopping after the flag, just enough. It was directed well, but it was not intended to go in. So it was not meant to, but we did see a little tap in there. And there is Otolani. He covered half the distance last time around, so this is the second half of that measured shot that he really needed to play. Again, he leaves it short. Well shot.
It's a bit difficult to understand when you under hit twice in a row. That rise that he was standing on was what he needed to cross in the first place. Kept it shy of that. And even here, it must have catered for the downhill and the ball to run on a little bit more than it did.
It's almost certain to drop a shot there.
Kapil Kumar with his putt. And this 1 crore rupee event presented by IndusInd Bank. Kapil converting that putt safely.
And this could well be a 3-putt.
Certainly, Ortolani will hope you're wrong, Rakesh. He does not want to make this a 3-putt.
Because he has already taken one and he has left himself well short. Yeah.
Dropping one shot over here, certainly. I think those two underhit shots in a row have definitely unsettled him. He's really taking his time. This unusual putting grip overhand. He'll breathe a sigh of relief and hope that the damage has been limited to just one drop shot and no more than that.
He still finds himself a shot behind Yashes, who has now displaced him from the third spot.
That was also a function of Chandra picking up a birdie on hole number 8.
Yeah.
So he's now sole third, and if Ortolani has dropped a shot here, he will slip back even further. But hopefully he will not. Scores continue to be on the high side. Just 4 players, as you can see on the leaderboard in front of you, are under par. Our leader, Tangaraja, second place, Harinder Gupta, Yashash Chandra in third, and Michelle Ortolani in fourth. Everybody else in the 56 who have survived the cut after 36 holes yesterday at the rupees 1 crore Ahmedabad Open presented by IndusInd Bank are par or worse. But one reason why scores are this are so high, Rakesh, could be the fact that this is coming back onto the PGTI schedule after a gap of 6 years.
Yeah.
So normally there is a some degree of familiarity with venues you play through the year. It's one set of golf courses and resorts that you're playing throughout. And when a new one comes up, like we saw last week at Raipur, it's a new course and obviously a much less testing course with a par 69. And we had this massive scores with Shaurya Bhattacharya winning it with a 27 under score, which is huge. And the very next week, you have this par 72 venue, monster of a course, 7,210 yards, with one hole which this group will come to in due course, the 17th, which is a par 5, 621 yards long. It's such a completely different kettle of fish.
True.
So you this thing of maybe the unfamiliarity with the course is playing its part in in the scores that we are seeing so far during the week. Shuran with another long putt coming up the hill for part of the way. 2 over for the day, given that ball a hefty knock. And even then, it just sort of died. We haven't really seen the ball move at the pace that we expected to see, given the fact that it was showing 10 and 10.2 on the stimp for the first 2 days. But the ball seems to be just holding. It's sticky. The greens are looking a lot stickier than they are. We've repeatedly seen, players leaving the ball short, Rakesh, and I'm wondering whether, there's again, it could be a function of what you said earlier on today. The conservative approach. Everyone's opting to play safe rather than be too attacking. Consolidate positions, so to say, for today, and then attack tomorrow. Whereas normally you look at it the other way around.
Yeah, normally you would like to, attack the pin. You would like to pick up shots as and when available, and of course, you want to create those opportunities.
Exactly. I
You
mean,
ca-
that's the
yeah,
point. That's
yeah,
the whole point of moving day. You try to move up as far as you can, but other than one or two players down the order, no one really seems to have adopted that approach. So anyway, we have two feeds in front of you at the moment. Live action continuing at the Ahmedabad Open, presented by IndusInd Bank at the Kensville Golf and Country Resort. Clear skies and not much by way of wind as yet another variable to factor into your game. Despite which we really have not seen the sort of scores one would expect to see on in the third round of a major event. Feed number 2, you can see our leader Thangaraja in the picture, looking to chip on from the fringe of the green. And he too seems to have stayed well short of the pin. Ravi Kumar with his putt, which is from what looked like 4.5, 5 feet, leaving it on the high side and tapping in to finish. Dhruv Sharan is up next on feed number 1, and on feed number 2, Harinder Gupta pondering what he needs to do to catch up with the event leader Thangaraja, who's currently 7 under for the tournament, 1 under for the day, Harinder Gupta, having dropped a shot early on and not making any headway thereafter, has 1 over for the day and then 6 under for the tournament, one behind the leader. Yashash Chandra now in sole possession of third place on 4 under par. He is two under for the day. And Shoran missing out from, again, like Kapil did from the other side of the pin. He missed out from the high side. It's unusual to see so many mid-range or short-range putting errors from players of this caliber. So they're probably more to the greens than meets the eye. More than we've seen, even in this few hours that we've been live with you, we've seen so many misreads, whether it's terms of line or whether it's terms of distance, that one is certainly forced to wonder that is there something more to the greens than we are being. Once again, overnight leader Harinder Gupta on live feed 2, leaving his putt way, way short in terms of where it should have been or could have been. And on feed 1, Ankur Chadda completing his putt from a similar distance the other two had missed from. Gupta getting his ball out of the way of the person who's putting from behind him. Will be putting next. Thangaraja comes to take a look at final check at the pin and the cup. Sometimes it helps to just take that one walk up to the cup and check which way the grass has been cut on the fringes. Sometimes that can also play a significant role in bending the ball away from the hole. So our leader, taking his time, is on the par 5 ninth hole and chance probably to extend his lead over Gupta. And for a change, Thanga has crossed the pin. So many others we've seen over the last few hours leave the ball short. And you can see he gave it a fairly healthy whack with his putter. Gupta will wait for Yashash to finish his putt before trying to close out the hole. Wind again, just occasionally passing through. You suddenly see the flags on the pole moving around a little bit. Yashash coming down the hill from left to right. Yet again, you see a putt stop short. Gupta seems to have got into something of a rut in the sense that after dropping that bogey on the hole number 1, he's not really made any sort of headway. Perhaps he's being a bit too cautious and not wanting to, allow any further distance between himself and Tanga.
Between the two, I think Tanga is still trying to make things happen. He's still trying to be a little more aggressive. On the contrary, Harendra has been a little circumspect. He's not looking very sure of his shot making, especially on the green. He's stroking it quite inconsistently. He's not getting the length right. Direction one can understand a bit, a little ill-directed shots, but stroking your putts right is the key. And there is Thangaraja, the current leader, looking pleased with something that his caddy has said. So
Definitely, the animated conversation
Yeah.
seems to suggest that he's picked up a further shot over
Yeah.
there. At least you saw a positive move from, like you said, Rakesh.
Yeah.
He put the ball past the pin.
yeah,
And for goodness sake, so many others are leaving it short time and again. So at least it shows or suggests that he's in a positive frame of mind.
yeah.
Heading into the final half of the day, this is the third from last group, already having made the turn. Ravi Kumar, Ankur Chadda, and Dhruv Shivran. I'm begging your pardon, this is Kapil Kumar. And once again, we see the ball die out well short of the hole. Kapil, who's playing alongside Rohit Narwal and Dhruv Shivran. Mr. Lotolani now on your screen. Lotolani now sole possession of fourth place on the 10th green. A more positive looking putt than many others around him. Taps in to complete his 10th hole. Kapil And Rohit Narwal will finish off their respective putts for this group, which is the penultimate group. Immediately behind them are the leaders in the lead group of Yashash Chandra, Thangaraja, and Harinder Gupta, who are currently first, second, and third. Thangaraja from Sri Lanka, 1 under for the day and 7 under for the tournament. Chandigarh's Harinder Gupta, the overnight leader, having dropped an early shot, still 1 under for the day and 6 under for the tournament. And Yashash Chandra from Mysore, 2 under for the day, 4 under for the tournament. The final group having completed 27 holes. Rakesh.
Yeah, and breaking into the top five is Varun after two successive birdies on the back nine. So you have somebody making a charge, but then with cards of 73 on the first 2 days, he has now managed to get back to par for the tournament so far, and looking to become the fifth player with a subpar score for the tournament. It'll be interesting to know from the players what made them leave their putts so consistently short. What is it about the greens? Was it the speed with which they couldn't gauge, or they had some doubts about how well to stroke it, and they didn't want to go over the pin? And let's see, because we have seen player after player, irrespective of where he is on the leaderboard, his putting seems to be a little inconsistent. It's a good camera angle there for you. That's a short putt, nails it. There you see Harendra getting ready with his approach. We are on hole number 11 with.
Well, this car hasn't been claimed yet, Rakesh. It's been up on offer from the first tournament, I think, the Tour Championship in Kolkata. And no one has claimed it yet. And everybody with one crack. This is a par 3 11th hole. That magnificent Nissan Magnite you can see in that hoarding behind Michel Ortolani, which will go to the first player who gets a hole in one on this par 3 11th hole. And that was a pretty good try, ball finishing 4 or 5 feet from the pin. But Nissan actually have, Rakesh, just driven this car from venue to venue so far. No one has really. Few have come close on a couple of occasions, but no one's really driven it away yet. So it is still available. Though we are running out of options, there is only one for this and then subsequent groups. There's just one more round today. It's only available to the first person who wins it, and they all have one crack every day. Their tee shot on the 11th. Well, Narwal would have been very, very interested on that with that shot, Rakesh. It looked like it was heading straight for the pin, but dropped and kicked a bit to the left. Very, very good effort, and it definitely gives him a chance to pick up a shot.
Yes, just 158 yards. Pretty. I mean, in terms of par threes, it should be considered a very short par three. Normally, it's in the range of 180, 190, even up to 210. But this one looks gettable, but then you need to nail it.
Three reasonably good attempts over there. And the couple overran his shot by a few yards more than he would have liked. And this is the lead group again. Yashas seems to be doing some gardening. This is the start of the stretch where people who had started from T10 picked up a fair number of shots. The back nine that we are talking about now. This is the lead group playing the 10th hole. And Tangaraj is still untroubled in the lead on 7 under par, 1 under for the day. Closely followed by Harinder Gupta of Chandigarh, 6 under par. Yashas, having picked up 2 shots for the day, is 4 under par in third place. And Michel Ortolani, whom we saw just before this, on the par 3 11th, take a tee shot in fourth. Tanga bump and run. And he's left himself a little vulnerable, I think, on this one. Need a very, very good putt because the ball broke left to right as it was going uphill, which means it suggests it's not going to be a very easy putt for him to even get a par. Gupta with a chance now to close the gap or close back up into share of the lead if Tanga makes a mess of that putt. It's not going to be an easy one. He's left himself a lot of distance to cover. Yes, with his what looks to be his birdie putt, opting for the putter from the fringe, just off the green, and the collar looks fairly well manicured, so it should not be a problem. But I think the players are having to contend with what seem to be greens that are not really as pacey as they promise. So that was at least a positive putt. He's got it alongside the pin. Because what we just saw from Tanga was quite unusual, in fact, Rakesh.
Yes.
For someone who's in the lead, and what we were just talking about seemingly the easier nine to score on. He leaves his chip
Well shot.
so far short. It was quite amazing. I mean, it looked like it didn't even catch the slope. It just stopped midway up the slope and rolled sideways and back. He knows that he's in a bit of a pickle now. We can see from his body language that what did I do? Harinder Gupta now with a chance to maybe catch up.
Very important putt for him to keep Tangaraja under pressure.
Good positive looking stroke.
That's a close one.
Just shaved the pin as it flew past. But it was as compared to what we have seen, fairly tentative putts up to this point, this was a much more
Yeah, positive.
positive stroke. And he almost got the result for that.
This what happened there.
His Gupta's power now still gives him a chance
Yeah.
to get back into a share of the lead because Thanga does not have the easiest of putts to save par on this one.
And it appears that if Tanga needs 2 from there, that means they both will be
He will drop his first shot for the
joint,
day.
again,
Right.
and they'll be in joint lead, like they've been from the end of the first hole.
We'll concentrate on live feed 1 for the moment. This is our event leader, Thanga, putting to save his par. Very difficult one. His third was an unusually weak shot. Sees it skate past the hole, and that probably will be his first bogey for the day. And on live feed 2, Michel Ortolani on the par 3 11th, the Magnite hole, Nissan Magnite hole, looking to pick up a shot, which he seems to have done.
By the looks of it, we have joint leaders and also joint third place as of now. We'll have the confirmation shortly.
Narwal for his bogey putt on the par 3 11th. He's just seen Ortolani convert his birdie putt, so he will be encouraged. Yeah, he's even closer to the hole than the Italian was. So, the young man from Karnal still taking his time. He knows he needs to put his round back on track.
Well done.
1 double bogey and 2 bogeys on the front nine have proved very costly, sent him down into a share of 20th. But with that, if he picks up a shot here, he will move back into the top 15 for sure. And that's one group which is done for the day. Shake hands all around. It's the lead group on the Nissan Magnite hole, hole number 11, par 3. It's the last chance today to drive away with the car. And the field of 56 will be back tomorrow morning for one last crack. Yasha's getting a nice loopy height on that ball.
The ball
Just a little too long.
Yeah. And the ball just died there, didn't roll over the green. And must say that the camera work was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, we've seen some superb camera work from our team on the ground, not just from the drone pilots, but also the boys on the ground have done great work following the ball well, bringing us nice shots of the action as it unfolds, and the occasional offbeat clip here and there. Harinder just short edge of the green, but that should not be much of a problem. He's got about 5, 6, 7 feet to cover to the pin. And our now joint leader, Thanga, having dropped a shot as we expected on 10. 6 under for the tournament, level par for the day. shared lead alongside Gupta, whom is just hit his tee shot on the par 3 11th. Plenty of bottom hand on that shot, which is why he's tugged it so far to the left. Ball found very neat triangle over here, Rakesh. You will look at it very. Huh?
Very well observed,
What
yeah.
is this? I forgot my geometry. What is that? An equilateral triangle?
Yes.
Yeah, isn't
Yes.
it?
Yeah,
Wow,
it is.
that's pretty good.
Your geometry is pretty sound.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not bad. I'm quite pleased. I remembered
Where
that blessed term.
where each angle is of 60 degrees.
That's right.
Is the-
That's
is the
equilateral
one.
triangle. Wow. I'm impressed with myself, I have to say.
There comes the
Another
drone
one
shot.
of our lovely drone shots. Okay. I mean, really, it's such a pretty course. If you look at it,
Very well laid out. It is made on a drawing board. It's a man-made course, unlike some of the courses where the nature has played a role, and the man decides to beautify it further and just kind of squeeze in a course there. Like the one that we had at the DGC here at the like the famous Delhi Golf Club. But this one is like completely designed for the sport. And here is the confirmation. Like I mentioned a little while ago, you have joint leaders and joint third place. So Thangaraja drops his shot on the 10th and finds himself in the company of overnight leader Harendra Gupta. Just, I mean, this exactly the opposite happened on the third hole. Now on the 10th, parity stands restored, and for the third spot you have Michelle Ortolani after that birdie on the 11th, and Yashas, who's playing one hole behind, is taking the turn at 34. So interesting contest within this contest. So, and here the players are on the par 3 11th, the green. They're all sizing up their putts now. Harinder looks a little busy. He knows the importance of this hole because psychologically he's on a high, with Thangaraja just losing his way a bit towards the end of the previous hole, and now with his tee shot on the par 3. So now the mental side of a golfer, that will show up very soon. How steely is your resolve? How do you deal with certain situations? It's not just how difficult the putt is, but they have to also deal with the pressure mounted by the nearest rival. So everything is happening out here, and that's the moment we were waiting for. Everybody quiet, lining up their putts, and let's see who is the first among these equals.
Suddenly seems to be a bit of a tentativeness around Thanga's game. He was rolling so smoothly for the first 7, 8 holes, first 9 holes, in fact. That setback on 10 has rocked him because even this putt was well shot.
Looked like a layup. I mean, he didn't even approach the pin the way one would expect him to. He was just on the first cut. He could have and should have. But
You
yes.
say the golden rule is at least cross the pin.
Yeah.
You know? So, Harinder now with an opportunity to go back into the sole lead. He's actually done well, Rakesh, considering the fact that he had a bogey to start with. He did well to stay in touch with Thanga. He's not fallen further back. He's played steady golf thereafter. He's just kept that gap down to 1. And with that one mistake from Thanga has brought Gupta back into the
true.
lead. So this is what sometimes is all about. Like very early in the day you mentioned that the not necessarily cautious but conservative golf probably will pay off on this course, and that's exactly right. You absolutely had it correctly.
And he's at 8 pars on the trot. And here also, I think he's going to get one, so that'll make it 9 in a
That's
row.
right, and he's back in the lead.
He's back
so
in the lead.
sometimes this playing safe works.
Unbelievable.
Also,
leaving
given
it
the
pretty
distance,
short, yeah.
given the distance, the length of this course, 7,210 yards. This is not the kind of course you can exactly overpower, like we saw it with the event at Raipur. You had 7 unders a day, literally, and we have now having 27, 28 completed holes. We have the leader group on 6 under. So this is not the kind of course you can overpower. So probably this is just the most, is keep chipping away, pick up your, your gains when you can, minimize your losses and keep moving forward.
But interestingly, most of these guys are getting onto the greens in regulation. But what they're doing on the course, on the green, their short game seems to be the one that is wrong. I mean, they're getting the length right as far as their their approach is concerned,
Distances.
or their tee shot is concerned. But thereafter, once on the green, we're seeing that they're leaving it short quite consistently and quite surprisingly.
Like we say, getting onto the dance floor, which they all are in regulation, then somehow they seem to miss a beat when the music starts. I mean, I can't think of it in any other way, because they're getting, like you said, they're getting to the greens in regulation. And
ब्रेक के बाद फिर एक बार फिर से आप सबों का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। और लगातार हमारे वरीय साथी कमेंटेटर राकेश राव और राहुल बनर्जी आपको आंखों देखा हाल सुना रहे थे। और कुल मिलाकर 2 राउंड्स का खेल संपन्न हो चुका है। तीसरे राउंड का खेल इस समय चलता हुआ, और स्कोर का सूरत हाल यही है कि श्रीलंका के एन थंगाराजा लगातार लीड बनाए हुए, और दूसरे स्थान पर हरेंद्र गुप्ता, तीसरे स्थान पर इटली के माइकल ऑर्टलानी, चौथे स्थान पर इस समय मौजूद है यशस चंद्र, और लोकल हैं वो अब 5वें स्थान पर आ गए हैं। तो अच्छी बढ़त बनाने की कोशिश करते हुए, और यहाँ पर उनके पास अच्छा मौका है लीड लेने का। और कुल मिलाकर एक बर्डी हासिल हुई थी अनथंगा राजा को, जबकि एक बॉगी हरेंद्र गुप्ता को वहाँ पर हुई थी। और इस तरह से इस समय एनथंगा राजा लगातार बढ़त बनाए हुए। हर प्रतियोगिता में एनथंगा राजा ने बहुत ही अच्छा प्रदर्शन किया है, और इस समय धीरे धीरे तीसरे राउंड का मुकाबला चलता हुआ, और एनथंगा राजा ने अब तक कुल मिलाकर तीसरे राउंड के 10 होल्स का खेल खेल लिया है, और जिसमें एक बॉगी का भी उन्हें सामना करना पड़ा है। और वहीं दूसरी तरफ माइकल ऑर्टेलानी को बिल्कुल एक बर्डी मिली है, साथ ही साथ माइकल ऑर्टेलानी को माफ कीजिएगा 2 बर्डी मिली है। 11th हॉल में उन्हें बिल्कुल 1 पार अंडर किया था, स्कोर किया था, और माइकल ऑर्टेलानी ने पहले गोल में भी उन्हें बर्डी मिली थी। और इस समय एंगल बनाने का प्रयास करते हुए खिलाड़ी यहाँ पर, और बिल्कुल करीब वहाँ पर जाकर गेंद पहुँची थी, बॉल पहुँची थी, और अब जाकर हल्के से बिल्कुल प्लेस करके बिल्कुल पिन किया है। और अब खिलाड़ी के बाद एक और खिलाड़ी यहाँ पर बिल्कुल एंगल बनाने की भरपूर कोशिश करते हुए, और लगातार मौसम का मिजाज बिल्कुल अनुकूल है। पिछले 2 दिनों थोड़ी विंडी वेदर थी, लेकिन आज बिल्कुल माहौल शांत और दो लाइव फीड आपके सामने नजर आते हुए और जद्दोजहद जारी है इस अहमदाबाद ओपन गोल्फ चैंपियनशिप 2025 presented by IndusInd Bank, and we are live from Kensville Golf and Ahmedabad. दूसरा कर इस प्रतियोगिता का और एक रीच के साथ बातचीत करते हुए लाइव फीड 2 में, और जबकि लाइव फीड 1 पर बिल्कुल नजदीक वहां पर और बिल्कुल एंगल अच्छा था और समझबूझ के साथ पहनापन दिखा इस पट में और गेंद सीधे पिन होल में चली गई थी और वहां पर लगातार खेल जारी, तीसरे राउंड का खेल अच्छा इस समय जारी है और वरुण पारीक लोकल बॉय हैं, अंकुर चड्ढा भी अच्छा प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, बादल हुसैन बांग्लादेश के वो इस समय 8वें स्थान पर बरकरार हैं और उन्हें एक बर्डी प्राप्त हुई है, साथ 2 बर्डी प्राप्त हुई है और आज अच्छा खेल दिखाया है, एक बॉगी भी प्राप्त हुई है, जबकि 14वें होल में एक और बर्डी प्राप्त हुई है। कुल मिलाकर ज़्यादातर गोल्फ का खेल 3 पार, 4 पार और 5 पार का खेला जाता है और अगर 3 पार का खेल होता है, अगर आप 2 बार में ही अपने एम्बिशन तक पहुंच जाते हैं, अपने पिन तक पहुंच जाते हैं और बॉल को बिल्कुल होल में डालते हैं, तो फिर आपको बर्डी प्राप्त होती है और अगर एक प्रयास आप ज़्यादा लेते हैं फिर आपको भी प्राप्त होती है। इसी तरह से स्कोरिंग कार्ड आगे बढ़ता है लाइव फीड 2 पर इस समय खिलाड़ी जद्दोजहद करते हुए और ऐसा लगता है कि विशेष शर्मा वहां पर शायद मौजूद हैं एंगल बनाते हुए और होल नंबर 9 पहुंचते हुए और होल नंबर 9 देखते हैं कि क्या कुछ कर हो पाता है और बिल्कुल करीब वहां पर, लेकिन बिल्कुल संतुलित बनाकर बिल्कुल बैलेंस्ड वे में आपको अपने किसी भी तरह के स्ट्रोक्स को खेलना होता है, चाहे वो आप चिपिंग करें, चाहे वो आप बिल्कुल पट करें, बिल्कुल बैलेंस वे में कितनी ताकत लगानी है, कितनी ताकत कम लगानी है, ये बहुत बैलेंस का खेल है और आपके लिए पीजीटीआई लगातार प्रतियोगिताएं लेकर आ रही है। इसके बाद पीजीटीआई की गाड़ी कोलकाता पहुंचेगी, विदेशी खिलाड़ियों का भी भारतीय सरजमी पर अच्छा प्रदर्शन, खास करके अंथंगा राजा ने सभी प्रतियोगिताओं में कंसिस्टेंटली बहुत अच्छा प्रदर्शन किया और खिलाड़ी वही बड़ा होता है जो लगातार अच्छा प्रदर्शन करता है। और इस समय स्क्रीन पर आपको देखते हुए चिकारंगा एस और चिंगारंगा एस की बात करें तो बहुत ही बेहतरीन खिलाड़ी हैं और एक ईगल आज उन्हें प्राप्त हुई है, एक बर्डी प्राप्त हुई है, माफ कीजिएगा, और अच्छी टच में नजर आते हुए और बॉगी भी प्राप्त हुई है उन्हें, होल नंबर पहले, दूसरे और 5वें, 6ठे में उन्हें बॉगी प्राप्त हुई है। थोड़ा सूझबूझ के साथ अपने खेल को उन्हें आगे बढ़ाना होगा, बेहतरीन खिलाड़ी हैं और देखना है कि वो किस तरह से अपने खेल को बहुत मजबूती प्रदान करते हैं। और बहुत ही मनोरम दृश्य लगातार कैंसिल गोल्फ एंड कंट्री क्लब अहमदाबाद से, और इस समय स्कोर कार्ड आपके सामने राउंड 3 का। स्टीफन डेनेक जो चेक रिपब्लिक से हैं वो भी लगातार 8वें स्थान पर बरकरार, बादल हुसैन फ्रॉम बांग्लादेश 8वें स्थान पर, अंकुर चड्ढा 5वें स्थान पर। यहाँ पर एंगल बनाते हुए और होल नंबर 17 तक पहुंचे हैं। और देखना है कि होल नंबर 17 में किस तरह से खिलाड़ियों का प्रदर्शन रहता है। अक्षय शर्मा बहुत ही बेहतरीन खिलाड़ी, स्कोर उनका +4 का है। अक्षय शर्मा कुल मिलाकर 21 रैंकिंग है इनकी पीजीटीआई ऑर्डर ऑफ मेरिट में, और 34 वर्ष के चंडीगढ़ गोल्फ क्लब का हिस्सा है। 2007 से प्रोफेशनल्स हैं और इसके साथ बाद कंसिस्टेंटली अच्छा प्रदर्शन करते हुए बहुत अच्छे खिलाड़ी। उदयन माने भी इस राउंड में हैं, जो 13 नंबर है उनकी पीजीटीआई रैंकिंग, और 34 वर्ष के हैं। पुणे गोल्फ क्लब गोल्फ कोर्स में खेलते हुए 2015 से प्रोफेशनल हैं। और उदयन माने ने बिल्कुल टोक्यो मेंस इंडिविजुअल प्रतियोगिता में भी हिस्सा लिया था, साथ ही साथ आइजनहोवर प्रतियोगिता और एशियन गेम्स में भी भारत का प्रतिनिधित्व किया था 2014 में। धीरे धीरे तीसरे राउंड का खेल यहाँ पर चलता हुआ अभी भी श्रीलंका के अंथंगाराजा, जो पहले दिन जिन्होंने अच्छा प्रदर्शन किया था, पहले दिन टॉप पर रहे थे, लेकिन दूसरे दिन हरेंद्र गुप्ता जिन्होंने अपने शानदार खेल से पीछे किया था और पहले स्थान पर वो आ गए थे, लेकिन आज फिर अंथंगाराजा ने अपने शानदार प्रदर्शन से हरेंद्र गुप्ता को पराजित किया और उन पर बढ़त बनाते हुए और एकमात्र लोकल बॉय वरुण पारीक बिल्कुल अच्छी टच में नजर आते हुए और आपके अपने प्रशंसकों का दिल जीतने की भरपूर कोशिश करते हुए बहुत ही कमाल का मुकाबला। और धीरे धीरे पीजीटीआई अपने बिल्कुल खिलाड़ियों को एक बेहतरीन मौका दे रही है। देश दुनिया से खिलाड़ी पहुंच रहे हैं और अपनी प्रतिभा का लोहा मनवा रहे हैं, और धीरे धीरे इसी तरह से गोल्फ देश के मानचित्र पर अन्य खेलों की तरह ही छाएगा और जागरूकता भी बढ़ेगी। और जागरूकता बढ़ने के उपरांत ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा खिलाड़ी इस खेल में, और इस तरीके से ज़्यादातर आयोजन से ही खेल आगे बढ़ता है। और पीजीटीआई के आयोजन समिति प्रेसिडेंट कपिल देव साहब, जिन्होंने 1983 विश्व कप में भारत को जीत दिलाई थी, उनकी यही कोशिश कि लगातार आयोजन होते रहे और सभी राज्य सरकारों का भी अच्छा सहयोग मिलता हुआ। और इस समय राउंड 3 का खेल चलता हुआ और वहाँ पर बहुत ज़्यादा ताकत नहीं लगाई थी और बिल्कुल करीब पहुँच गए हैं पिन के कुछ ही दूर। और पहले भी मैंने आपको बताया कि बिल्कुल बैलेंस्ड वे में आपको आगे बढ़ना होता है, अपने स्ट्रोक का चयन करना होता है, बिल्कुल एंगल बनानी होती है। स्टांस का बहुत ज़्यादा महत्व है गोल्फ के खेल में। तो ये एक महत्वपूर्ण चीज़ है, इन खिलाड़ियों को इन चीज़ों का बहुत ध्यान रखना होता है। साथ ही साथ आपके डाइट्स, आप किस तरह से एक्सरसाइजेस करते हैं, क्योंकि फिट रहना बहुत आवश्यक इस खेल में। जो जितना शारीरिक रूप से स्वस्थ रहेगा उतनी मेंटल टफनेस ही उनकी ज़्यादा होगी। और इस समय पट के लिए तैयार और एंगल बनाते हुए पहले थोड़ा वक्त लेते हैं कि किस एंगल से गेंद बिल्कुल पिन होल में जाएगी। देखिए यहाँ पर खेला है और थोड़ी सी शायद वहाँ पर दूर रह गए हैं ग्रीन एरिया में। और ग्रीन एरिया में जब बॉल पहुंच जाती है तो फिर खिलाड़ियों के अंदर एक नई ऊर्जा का संचार हो जाता है कि अब बेहद करीब पहुंच गए हैं। बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक खेल और स्कॉटलैंड से इसकी शुरुआत मानी जाती है, लेकिन अब जाकर पूरे विश्व में गोल्फ का खेल लोकप्रिय होता हुआ। और मैं बात कर रहा था गोल्फ के खेल से भी कई खिलाड़ियों को अवार्ड प्रदान किए गए हैं। पीजी सिटी को 1961 में गोल्फ के लिए अर्जुन अवार्ड प्रदान किया गया था और वो अर्जुन अवार्ड प्राप्त करने वाले पहले खिलाड़ी थे जमाल हुसैन। यहाँ पर स्क्रीन पर आपको देखते हुए बांग्लादेश के, और जमाल हुसैन कुर्बितोला गोल्फ क्लब ढाका में खेलते हैं, वो उनका होम ग्राउंड है और साथ ही साथ 6ठी रैंकिंग है पीजीटीआई में और 40 साल की उम्र है। 2010 से वो प्रोफेशनल है। कंसिस्टेंटली अच्छा प्रदर्शन रहा है जमाल हुसैन का और बांग्लादेश के गोल्फ के हीरो हैं। और 18 नंबर होल के पास उनका वो पहुंच चुके हैं और वहां पर हल्के हाथ से बिल्कुल पट किया था। और इस तरह से अब जमाल हुसैन अपना काम करने के उपरांत अब मुकाबले को फिर आगे बढ़ाते हुए धीरे धीरे एंगल बनाने की कोशिश। हरेंद्र गुप्ता जो लगातार अच्छा प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, कुल मिलाकर चंडीगढ़ गोल्फ क्लब से खेलते हैं। 2004 से प्रोफेशनल से बहुत ही व्यापक और लंबा अनुभव और कंसिस्टेंटली पीजीटीआई के दौरान बहुत ही शानदार प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, बिल्कुल सधी हुई शॉट्स के साथ। बादल हुसैन फ्रॉम बांग्लादेश इस समय एंगल बनाते हुए, थोड़ा वक्त लेते हुए, और जब आप सोच समझकर विचार विमर्श करने के बाद, खुद से विचार विमर्श करने के बाद शॉट खेलते हैं तो उसका नतीजा कुछ सकारात्मक होता है, आपके पक्ष में जाता है। कई बेहतरीन खिलाड़ी पीजीटीआई में लगातार खेलते हैं और जो काफ़ी अनुभवी भी हैं, और सबसे अनुभवी खिलाड़ियों में मनीराम भी मौजूद हैं और जो 42 साल के 41वीं रैंकिंग है उनकी पीजीटीआई में, और 1995 से प्रोफेशनल्स हैं तो अनुभवी खिलाड़ी में उनका नाम सबसे ऊंचे अव्वल दर्जे में लिया जाएगा। और इस समय एक बार फिर से एंगल बनाने का प्रयास करते हुए, बिल्कुल हर खिलाड़ी बिल्कुल पिन होल के पहले थोड़ा वक्त लेता है, 4 सेकंड्स लेता है स्टांस अपना तैयार करने में। स्टेफन डेनेक चेक रिपब्लिक के हैं और 35वीं रैंकिंग है उनकी पीजीटीआई की, और 28 साल के हैं, और जीसी हुलुपोका उनका होम ग्राउंड है। साथ ही साथ 2018 से वो प्रोफेशनल्स हैं। यहाँ पर पिन होल में डाला है और अभी भी तीसरे राउंड का खेल प्रोग्रेस में, और अभी भी अंथंगराजा लगातार बढ़त बनाए हुए लीडर बोर्ड पर। और कुल मिलाकर जो पहले 9 हॉल्स थे उसमें अंथंगराजा को 35 अंक प्राप्त हुए थे, सिर्फ एक बर्डी उनके नाम इस समय होल नंबर 14 पर। खिलाड़ी वहां पर पहुंचते हुए और पट करने की कोशिश करेंगे, बेहद नजदीक हैं, ज्यादा दिक्कतें नहीं होनी चाहिए। बहुत ही शांत, शरीन और स्वच्छ वातावरण कैंसिल गोल्फ क्लब का, और यह स्वतः अपने आपको बहुत आकर्षित करेगा। काफी नजदीक है यहाँ पर ग्रीन के, और जब आप नज़दीक आते हैं तो फिर जिस तरह से आप ड्राइव लगाते हैं उसमें पैर आपका थोड़ा ज़्यादा फैला होता है, लेकिन जब आप इस तरह से नज़दीक पहुँचते हैं तो फिर आप अपने पैरों को बिल्कुल नज़दीक कर लेते हैं इस तरह के स्ट्रोक्स को खेलने में। इससे आपको एलिवेशन मिलता है प्रॉपर एलिवेशंस के साथ, और जब आप नज़दीक आ जाते हो तो आपको बहुत ज़्यादा स्विंग्स की आवश्यकता नहीं होती है क्योंकि आपको बहुत दूर तक नहीं मारना होता है। फिलहाल मैं सभी खिलाड़ियों की बात कर रहा था। अभिनव लोहान 4 नंबर, उनकी पीजीटीआई रैंकिंग है 35 साल की है। क्लब में खेलते हैं 2011 से प्रोफेशनल से। ये सब ऐसे खिलाड़ी हैं पीजीटीआई के जो लगातार अच्छा प्रदर्शन करते हैं। राशिद खान की बात करें तो इस समय 18वीं रैंकिंग, उनकी 34 साल की उम्र है। दिल्ली गोल्फ क्लब में वो खेलते हैं और 2010 से प्रोफेशनल्स हैं। बहुत ही बढ़िया अनुभव। राशिद खान एक बेहतरीन खिलाड़ी, और ये सब ऐसे नाम है जो लगातार भारत का सिर ऊंचा कर रहे हैं गोल्फ की दुनिया में। वरुण पारीक जो गुलमोहर ग्रीन्स में प्रैक्टिस करते हैं, 2019 से प्रोफेशनल्स हैं और इस राउंड में वो लगातार अच्छा प्रदर्शन करते हुए, और पीजीटीआई रैंकिंग उनकी 43 है। 26 वर्ष की मात्र उम्र है। और रोहन धोले पाटिल इस समय पुणे से हैं और लगातार उनकी अच्छी खेल का मुजाहिरा आप देख रहे हैं। आत्मविश्वास से लवरेज सभी खिलाड़ी, हार जीत खेल का हिस्सा, लेकिन पूरी निष्ठा, पूरी संकल्प शक्ति और दृढ़ निश्चयता के साथ सभी खिलाड़ी खेल को आगे बढ़ाते हुए। लाइव फ्रॉम केंसविल गोल्फ एंड कंट्री क्लब अहमदाबाद, एक ऐतिहासिक सरजमी, राष्ट्रपिता बापू की कर्मस्थली। और थंगा राजा अभी भी बढ़त बरकरार रखे हुए। यशस चंद्रा बहुत अच्छी टच में दिखते हुए, और यशस चंद्रा लगातार अच्छा प्रदर्शन करते हुए। अर्जुन शर्मा भी बरकरार हैं, कुल मिलाकर उनकी 10वीं रैंकिंग है पीजीटीआई की और 26 वर्ष की उम्र है। 2017 से प्रोफेशनल से आर्मी गोल्फ क्लब दिल्ली में खेलते हैं। अंकुर चड्ढा भी लगातार 5वें स्थान पर बरकरार यहाँ पर, और अंशुल कप्तियाल लगातार अच्छा प्रदर्शन करते हुए। अर्जुन शर्मा बिल्कुल अच्छी टच में है। अर्जुन शर्मा की रैंकिंग कुल मिलाकर 15वीं है और 31 वर्ष के जेपी प्रिंस नोएडा में वो अपना अभ्यास करते हैं और 2015 से वे प्रोफेशनल्स हैं। राउंड 3 का खेल जारी यहाँ पर, मिलाकर 56
What a great shot! But he looks tired. And that's a drinks break.
But what's the plus sign for? अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस। जब लगे थकान वाली प्यास, जरूरी है सेल लेवल हाइड्रेशन। इसके इलेक्ट्रोलाइट्स आपके सेल्स को रिहाइड्रेट करें, एनर्जी लौटाएं, थकान वाली प्यास मिटाएं।
जब आपको भी लगे थकान वाली प्यास, अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, थकान वाली प्यास के लिए।
Welcome back. In the meantime, over Tangaraja The day one leader has wrested back a one-shot lead over Harendra following a birdie on the par 4 12th. So we have Harendra, who is maintaining his string of pars after dropping the first shot. So he remains on -6 for the tournament. And the third place is shared by Michel Ottoloni of Italy and Yashesh Chandra at -4. So two shots separating the second player from the third, and one shot separating him from the leader. So Harendra has work to do. He's been very, very cautious after the first hole bogey. Whereas Thangaraja, as we have been mentioning on and off, that he's the one who's trying to make things happen. And just around the turn, he did lose his focus a bit. He seems to have lost it momentarily. He dropped a shot on the 10th. 10th, he looked very tentative on the par 3 11th, but he got his mojo back, and I think he's got his birdie. And I mean, once he got his birdie, now he has got back into the lead. So that's how things were once we went on that short interval.
Some movement further down the leaderboard, Rakesh. We have
Yeah.
seen Jamal Hussain, who just finished his round, closed out with a birdie to have bring in a 5 under card for the day. And he is now for the tournament, after having started with a 6 over 78, had a level par 72 yesterday, and he will finish. He has finished 5 under for the day with his 67. So that gives him, he's still 1 over for the tournament, but he's back in the top 10. And like you said, at the front, it's Thanga back in the lead. So lots of long putts being made now. The big greens also kind of lend themselves to a little bit of, shall we say, extravagance on the approach shots. And these are very large greens, in fact. So that you tend to be a little more, maybe, a little more relaxed.
Yeah, these are proper designer courses. So there you have this huge.
This is a new feature being brought to you by our producers and the PGTI Hovercam, which we have seen so far on the PGA Tour and other layers. So we have well done to our producers, to ABP and to PGTI. This is some good stuff. This will actually give our viewers a really good idea of what we keep talking about. But since we are bound by where the camera is at any given time, you don't really get to see the full picture. And here you have a chance to have got from the tee to the green and the pin itself. So well done, producers and the PGTI. And I hope they continue with this, especially on the more challenging holes. If this kind of features shown more regularly, it gives our viewers also a chance to, judge exactly for themselves what we are talking about here off the camera. Back to the action, hole number 16, and we are into the final third of the penultimate day of the Ahmedabad Open, presented by IndusInd Bank, and that putt shaved the hole. That caddy has trousers that I would die for. Wow. There's one acronym, Rakesh. I'm not sure whether I should say it here, but let's take a chance anyway. Golf, apparently, is an acronym for Go Out Looking Funny.
Okay.
And if you are a
that
regular
sounds
at a golf
interesting.
course,
Yeah.
you will see that it actually holds true once in a while. So you have some really, really cool apparel showing up on courses around.
You see some of the leading names wearing golden trousers and silver shirts and whatnot. I mean, sleeveless shirts at that. It looks quite. I mean, I don't want to use the word offensive, but yes, I mean, I've seen some of these outfits.
That's
even-
more, I think, casual golf, but
Yeah.
into a regular. Anyway, I see a Kurchada with a long chip. Oh, that is a good
That's
one.
a good
indeed.
one.
Nice.
It's a great one. Got the length almost right.
bump and
Yeah.
run, and he's pretty close. Very makeable putt from there, by the looks of it. But yeah, I mean, there are times we see people with odd combinations of colors. Bright trousers and dark shirts and vice versa. So it's interesting. Dhruv Sharan, hand on hip, hasn't had the best of days. Ravi Kumar, coming from the back end of the green, seemed to have pushed his club into the turf. Looked to be sitting on an upslope, which he could have catered for better. Obviously, didn't. Sort of almost duffed the shot and stays not even just about made it to the edge of the green. Now Dhruv Sharan's turn. Very similar distance. Again, a little bump and run. That was looking good. That was looking very good indeed. And Dhruv will probably have a tap in to finish things off over here. Yes, which he does. Oh, he's going to play. No one's, I think, taking the greens for granted anymore,
Yeah.
Rakesh. Everyone's being just a little more careful than they were earlier. Even a short one with 7, 8, 10 inches, and Dhruv Sharan took no chances whatsoever. They made sure he lined up with them before finishing the putt off.
Yeah, that is because the leaderboard is so packed. There is not much separating the top from the, I mean, the top five
If
from
you
the.
take away the top two,
Yeah.
then the bunching starts.
Yeah.
4 under. But then again, there's a 4 shot gap from the two guys who are tied for third to the rest who are tied fifth and below. The next are four shots behind. So it's not really that bunched up in the sense of the bunching is happening thereafter. After the tie from fifth onwards,
Yeah.
from level par there are 3 guys. On 1 over there are 5, 6 guys. 2 over there are 4 people. So the bunching actually starts from behind the top four. It's the leader is
yeah.
7 under, second
Yeah.
place is 6 under, 2 guys who are sharing third or 4 under. That's when the gap, that's the final gap. Then from the tied for fifth place, Arjun Sharma and currently Varun Parekh, who are on level par for the tournament. That's where the bunching really starts.
Yeah. See, again, what really underlines the fact that players are playing very conservatively is that among the top, let me say, 4 players, all 4 who are under par for the tournament, if you see the progression of these 4 over say the last about 9 holes, if you take that bracket of the last 9 holes
Right.
involving the top 5, look at the number of pars you have and how very few birdies and only one bogey, and that bogey has come from the tournament leader on the 10th. So everybody is trying to save par, and if the opportunity arises, they'll go for it. Otherwise, it has been a very, very conservative approach, and it stands like magnified the more you look at the leaderboard. It shows that, of course, it doesn't reflect the missed birdies, but at the same time, players are, I think, quite content with saving pars. You look at somebody like Ankur Chadha. He birdied the first, and he is on the 14th tee now, and he has birdied everything in between. So, I mean, all pars in between. So, begins with a birdie, pars the rest. Exactly the opposite. And like Harendra, bogey is the first, pars the rest. So, that approach is quite, I mean, it really stands out on a day like this.
This really is a very well laid out course. I mean, if you look at it from particularly these aerial shots,
Yeah.
you do have
Beautiful.
adjoining fairways on occasion,
beautiful,
but
yeah.
there's, some of them are divided by trees. And here, the one on the left has got a tree right in the middle of the fairway, which is
Yeah.
always a wonderful challenge. I love these fairways which have this.
You need to go over it,
Large-
or either you sidestep it
Yeah.
with a nice approach. Of course, layup is a
it,
must
it
here. I
doesn't
mean, you can't
sit.
really approach it.
No, well, you're certainly getting an aerial tour of the Kensville complex, so to say, the clubhouse and the facilities that are around it. And you've been seeing parts of the golf course on and off. So I hope our producers bring that fly. What did you call it? Fly cam that took us from tee to green. That was a great
Yeah, that
feature.
was at eye level, I guess. I mean, it
Almost at
was
eye
so,
level,
yeah,
and
very nice
that's a
show.
feature that definitely deserves to be continued with.
I must add that
Wonderful to
the
see.
kind of the qualitative change which I've seen from the inception, right from the day PGTI decided to go live, it has come a long way, and the people who have worked behind the scenes, I think they needed to be given a pat and seriously lauded for their efforts, because a lot of technology has been put into use, and once you put to use all these great innovations which are all available, and you need to maximize the viewing experience, they really deserve a pat.
Meanwhile, Ankur Chadha's second birdie of the day has seen him join the group and of the very small group of those who are under par for the tournament, behind our leader Thangaraja, who's 7 under, and Harinder Gupta of Chandigarh, who's second on 6 under. Michelle Otolani and Yashash Chandra continue to share third place, and Ankur now moves into sole fifth on 1 under par, 2 under par for the day. One of the big movers has been Manu Gandas, won 2022 Order of Merit leader of the PGTI, who spent a year on the European Tour back and didn't have the best of starts to his first 2 days with the 75 and a, I beg your pardon, a 75 and a 76. So he came into the final day literally 9 shots in arrears, and he has been on a roll since then. 6 under for the day. He made the turn, started from the back nine, dropped a shot on his very first hole, picked up 4 birdies thereafter, made the turn, and he's picked up 3 birdies in a row on holes number 1, 2, and 3. So Manu's on something of a charge. He's climbed all the way into the top 10, and we will hopefully have a camera on him at some point in time. So, like we said earlier, the bunching now again happening behind the leaders, well behind the top four. Ankur Chadha now sole fifth on 1 under par. He is one shot up from a two-way tie for sixth place between Arjun Sharma of Greater Noida and Ahmedabad's very own Varun Parekh.
And if you were to look at, there is a very interesting fact for the day. As of now, if you take the top 12 players on the leaderboard, everyone, including, comprising these 12, they all have par 3 and parred hole number 5 and 14. Each one of them, they've had flawless display on these two holes, whereas on all other holes you'll find some action, some activity. But I think on these two, they have remained very uneventful. So, plenty of interest. On a day when Harendra Gupta, the overnight leader, is still searching for his first birdie of the day after having completed 13 holes, uh, overnight second place. I'm sorry, the overnight second placed N. Tangaraja of Sri Lanka. He is holding on to a one shot lead, which he, in fact, regained just about 2 holes ago. And there you are. You see Rashid Khan on live feed 2. Um,
Stephen
Yes,
Danek,
yes, yeah.
the other gentleman in pink, coming off the rough. Hole number 14, hole number 15 most likely. And once again, the green speed deceiving the players. You would have hoped, Danek would have hoped that ball would roll a lot further than it did because it was a low chip, but seemed to check on the surface the moment it dropped on the green. Rohit Narwal on live feed 1. Young man not having a very good day. But each of these bad days, Rakesh, will be a learning experience for someone like him. Like it has been in the previous events, we saw a couple of other youngsters who just come into the PGTI this year, 7, 18, 19 years old. One odd tournament they do really well, one odd day they do well, and so the consistency that they will need to fight for places at the very top. Not yet there, but each of these days is a learning process. And Otolani now looking to finish out this. Should be the 15th hole for his group. Not the easiest of putts. It was part way up the hill, breaking left to right. And a live feed too, Rashid seems to have found the cup, strolling off the green, leaving his playing partners Stephen Danek now to putt out. Long putt, just on the high side. And meanwhile, on live feed one is Ottolani looking to complete his finish of his hole. That's a successful conversion. Ball broke well sharply from left to right as it approached the pin. Kapil Kumar on your left, looking to finish off his hole. And Rohan Dhole Patil on the right. Chucks that putt, as does Kapil. So both of them finishing from close range and off onto the next stage of this, the penultimate day of the 1 crore Ahmedabad Open presented by IndusInd Bank. At the Kensville Golf and Country Resort, the first time the event is being played here. On a weekly basis, which is why essentially he is here, of course, other than picking up experience. Great little putt there. Well, into the closing stages of day 3 of the Ahmedabad Open presented by IndusInd Bank at Kensville Golf Course. Maybe called moving day, but not much of movement at the top, plus or minus one at most. Which the movement has happened down the order, and we will go into the final day, Friday's action, final 18 holes, with essentially the field bunched up beyond the top 3 places. Sangha is one clear of Harinder Gupta, 700 to 600, who were in Gupta in turn 2 shots clear of Ortolani and Yashash Chandra. And they are 3 clear of Ankur Chadha, who looks to be on something of a roll. He hasn't dropped a shot yet. Picked up a birdie to start with in the morning. He's picked up one more on the par 5 14th. So he has 4 holes to go. And if he can make a push upwards towards Chandra and Ortolani, then we would see slightly more action, some more interest tomorrow among the top 10.
Since the top guys are on the par 5 14th, there's a very interesting fact. If you look at the leaderboard, players who are placed from 5 to 12, among all these players, barring Varun Parekh, everyone has got a birdie on this hole. Now it just remains to be seen how the top 4 perform, out of which Otolani has already finished that hole with a par. So it will be interesting to see whether Tangaraja, Harendra Gupta, and Yashas, only 3 left from the top, who are still on the 15th. They haven't, and on the 14th, they are yet to finish it. So if there is some movement there, because a birdie there would actually mean, a birdie for Harinder means he'll again catch up with the leader, and if Thanga gets one on this birdie hole, that means he just doubles his lead. So a lot can happen. Let's see.
Well, everybody's certainly on or around the green, so one would expect at least one, if not more, birdies from this group.
Yeah.
And as you very rightly pointed out, Rakesh, it's the greens that have created the most problems today. We've not really seen too many errant shots other
Yeah.
than Dhruw's pulled drive on hole
He
number
started,
one,
yeah, the first tee shot.
and maybe a
Yeah.
few others off camera, but
Yeah.
not no major, goof ups or boo
Yeah.
boos on the course.
Yeah.
It's the greens that have fooled or lulled the players into repeatedly making errors. Oh, that's a lovely flighted ball out of the bunker there just now. Beautiful shape on the chip shot
Whatever we have seen of the
from
bunker
Yashas.
here, Rahul, I think these are pretty flat bunkers as compared to what we see at
Yeah,
the
shallow.
DLF Golf and Country
Yeah.
Club. These
They're-
are pretty
they're-
much straight. They're firm. They are not as loose as what we see at the
Also,
DGC.
they're shallow. They're not
Yeah.
deep bunkers.
They're not deep
pot
enough.
bunkers
Yeah.
or deep bunkers.
So it doesn't really hurt your chances.
Yeah.
In fact, you just
Good point.
just kind of thank God that at least you are not in a more difficult position. I mean, being on the if you I mean, as long as you don't leave it like a fried egg, I think it is fine.
I tell you one thing for sure, Rakesh. A lot of these bunkers, if I was in them, I would be using a putter. Just whack my way out of trouble. I don't trust my sandwich at all. I would just use a putter because it's really shallow. You're right. It's a very good point. The shallow bunkers, so you can actually take a punt with an iron or with a putter.
With a putter also, yeah.
If you're not too confident about your sandwich, look at that. That was a great putt.
Great
Long,
roll.
50,
Lovely roll,
50
yeah,
foot
like that.
plus from Harinder. He would feel a
lot
happier.
better.
Yeah, a lot better with that. Though to his credit, like we've been talking about, he hasn't, after that first initial blip,
Yeah.
he's held steady. He
He's
may
been
not
on
have
purpose,
made
yeah.
any gains,
Yeah.
but he has not given anything away. So it's been a dogged performance from him, definitely. Gritty. He's hung in there.
Yeah.
See, there are days in golf you just have to grind it out. It may not you might have your best
Excellent, yeah.
striking day,
True.
or your best day with the wedges, or your best day with the putter. Something is not going to work. It happens. It happens all the time. So, to great credit to him that he's sort of not allowed the leaders to go away with the Sangha to go away with it,
Yeah.
or fallen very far behind either. He's just hung on and he's there or thereabout. No, look, now he's putting pressure now. In fact, on Thanga,
Yeah.
he's just there. He's hanging on, and this should have been what should have been a birdie putt for the Sri Lankan. Now he will probably be scrambling to save par.
Yeah.
So
Very
great
difficult to save par
credit
from
to
here, I
Harendra
guess,
Gupta,
yeah.
no doubt.
True.
And that early blip, he's really gritted it out, grinding it. This is sometimes what golf is all about. Professional golf at its finest. You just have to. It's like a test match, and you're batting on a pitch that is neither helping you nor doing anything either way. They just have to grit it out, and this is what he has done. Tremendous display. And I think in education for anybody who's watching and wants to learn what metal is all about, this is it. Yashas too doing a great job. He hasn't dropped a shot in 13, 14 holes. Now on the 14th hole. He's just chipped away, chipped away, chipped away. In fact, he's probably the only clean card in the top 5, right? Yashas has
Yes.
not dropped a shot yet.
he
Everybody else
hasn't.
around him has at least dropped one.
And also Ankur. Ankur has also got a
Ankur
clean
Chadha
card.
is
Yeah.
also, yes.
2 out of the top 5 are pretty clean.
2 in the
Yeah.
top 5.
Rather 2 out of the top 5. Yes. So just reconfirming that. And here we can also see a two shot swing for all you know, because Tanga with that last but I think he has left it a little too far for himself, and it just depends how well he uses his putter from here, because it won't be easy, although it's a large green there, and
And on live feed too, we have the group of Ravi Kumar, Ankur Chadha, and Dhruv Shoran, who should have reached the 15th hole.
yeah.
The local boy, Varun Parekh, now is up
He's
into the top
buried.
6.
He's buried. At least he's found his par from there, I think. Dhruv is looking to close this. Oh, rather, Harinder is looking to close this. Look at that. He knows what a costly miss this is. This was well within his reach.
More than a costly miss, I think he knows that he could have, doubled the pressure on Thanga,
Yes,
who is
absolutely.
probably going to drop a shot anyway.
Yeah.
Instead of being just level now, as may happen, he would have been actually back in the lead. Really,
Thanga seems to have recovered from that. Yeah, true.
Full
Yeah.
full
But,
marks to Harinder Gupta.
yeah,
He
Harinder
has
at least.
really hung in today. Sometimes you're just battling yourself, on the course. Every golfer plays essentially against himself.
Yeah.
How you how you control your mind, control your impulses, your breathing.
And also an example of how pressure, when you're trying to, push it onto the other side, you become a victim of it. Missing something which was such a makeable part. It was
That's
really
because you're
makeable.
battling yourself all the time.
Yeah.
You're your own best friend and your worst
Worst
enemy in a
yeah,
golf course.
true. Yeah, just what they say in golf. Yeah, true.
So we saw just a great example. Dhruv Sharan, just momentarily before we switched to full screen, was on screen 2 with a long putt, with a lag putt which he actually left on the absolute edge of the cup. He's tapped in and he's walked off. Not a happy man because he's not at the best of days, but he's still fought his way back into the top 10. He had dropped a double bogey and two bogeys on his front nine. Made the turn with another bogey, but he's picked up 2 shots, if not 3 thereafter. He's
Started on the wrong foot. Almost like, Varun also was just he was just all even at the turn. Thereafter, he has picked up 2 shots, and Arun Sharma, of course, dropped 2 shots on the first 3 holes, and thereafter he has added 4 birdies to be 2 under for the day. So a lot of credit is due to him and his resilience.
Arjun.
Arjun, yes.
Hello, nice bloke.
Yeah.
Lovely man.
I mean, just look at his comebacks. 2 dropped shots on the first 3. Then he has successive birdies to make sure that he takes the turn at par for the day, and then finds birdies on 2 out of 3 holes between 12 and 14. And he's got 1 birdie hole on the 17th waiting for him.
Very happy for him. He's a good guy. Ankur Chadha will feel that he has sold himself short on this putt. He's left it on the high side.
Day of misses for him. I think he has missed far too many putts today.
But it's not too far. He's one of those 2 guys who has a clean card so far, Rakesh. Kapil Kumar. I'm going to finish off. There's tight little 2-3 footers. Looks to be slightly downhill. But the greens really have tested the players today. Not necessarily the pin position, just the greens. The pin positions have not been all that hard so far.
Correct, yeah.
But it's just the greens, the pace. They actually look too paced. It's very odd. You shouldn't normally say this about greens in golf, that they're too paced. But the greens today are definitely looking too paced. Feel like that from here.
सच में हाँ भाई सच में अरे सच में हाँ भाई सच में ओ मस्त मलंगों का रंगी रंगों का मेला पतंगों का सच में हाँ सच में हाँ सच में हाँ भाई सच में चांदी की चादर है रेतीला सागर है रातें उजागर है सच में हाँ भाई सच में अरे सच में अरे हाँ भाई सच में
ब्रेक के बाद एक बार फिर से आप सबों का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। लगातार आपके बीच हमारे दो बड़े कमेंटेटर्स अंग्रेजी में आंखों देखा हाल सुना रहे थे और इस समय राउंड 3 का खेल प्रोग्रेस पर और एंथन राजा लगातार बढ़त बनाए हुए और हरिंद्र गुप्ता भी अच्छी टच में नजर आते हुए यशस चंद्रा की तारीफ करनी होगी और माइकल ऑर्टलानी जो इटली से है वो भी लगातार चौथे नंबर पर बरकरार और अंकुर चड्ढा लगातार 5वें नंबर पर और लोकल बॉय वरुण पारीख इस समय 6ठे नंबर पर अर्जुन शर्मा के साथ और बहुत ही बढ़िया खेल चलता हुआ और धीरे धीरे जैसे जैसे दिन गुजरता जाएगा आज का खेल धीरे धीरे स्पष्ट तौर पर आपके सामने आता जाएगा कि कौन लीडर बोर्ड पर सबसे आगे होगा। लेकिन सब मैजिकल शॉट्स हैव बीन प्लेड टुडे और लगातार हमारे परिय साथी कमेंटेटर्स बात कर रहे थे ग्रीन ने आज लगातार खिलाड़ियों को टेस्ट किया है और काफ़ी मेहनत करनी पड़ती हुई ग्रीन्स पर खिलाड़ियों को और बहुत ही जद्दोजहद जारी यहाँ पर और पीजीटीआई की एक शानदार कोशिश पीजीटीआई की स्थापना 2006 में हुई थी और जो सक्सेसर है इंडियन पीजीए गोल्फ टूर की और यह एशियन टूर का भी एक हिस्सा है फीडर टूर के तौर पर और भारत के बहुत खिलाड़ियों ने यूरोपियन टूर और यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स बेसिक पीजीए टूर का हिस्सा भी बने हैं और लगातार खिलाड़ियों की कोशिश की अंडर पार का स्कोर किया जाए और आज की बढ़त बनाई जाए और इस समय बेहद करीब यहाँ पर पिन होल के और देखना है कि कितनी आसानी के साथ इसको वहाँ पर पिन होल में डालने में कामयाबी हासिल करते हैं। होल नंबर 17 पर यहाँ पर जाकर पहुंची है। थोड़ा एम लेंगे और उसके बाद स्टांस को चेक करेंगे। अपने मेंटल टफनेस को भी चेक करना होता है खिलाड़ियों को हर पट स्ट्रोक के पहले। एंगल बनाया और धीरे से बिल्कुल पुश किया था और बेहद करीब आई थी गेंद पिन होल के, लेकिन जहाँ वो पहुंचना चाहते थे वहां नहीं पहुंच पाए। और अब फिर से एंगल बनाते हुए दूसरे खिलाड़ी। बहुत ही जोरदार ये मुकाबला और पीजीटीआई द्वारा आयोजित यह प्रतियोगिता अहमदाबाद ओपन गोल्फ चैंपियनशिप 1 करोड़ प्राइज मनी के साथ और जीतने वाले खिलाड़ी को 15 लाख रुपये प्राइज के तौर पर प्राप्त होंगे। इस समय स्टेफन डेनेक जो चेक रिपब्लिक से हैं वो इस समय सामने हैं और बिल्कुल अपने आत्मविश्वास को यहाँ पर दिखाते हुए अच्छा खेल दिखाते हुए यहाँ पर और अच्छी टच में भी नजर आते हुए और इस समय एक बार फिर से निशाना बनाते हुए और बिल्कुल हल्के हाथ से रोहन धोले पाटिल जो पुणे से हैं और अच्छा प्रदर्शन करते हुए हल्की सी बातचीत अपने कैडीज के साथ और कैडीज का रोल बहुत अहम होता है। वो बिल्कुल अपने जो साथी होते हैं जो खिलाड़ी होते हैं उनका मनोबल ऊंचा रखने की कोशिश करते हैं और हल्की बातचीत से आपको फिर ताजगी भी मिल जाती है और बातचीत से ही बात बनती है कहा जाता है और conversation works sometimes if you are in deep stress or if you are in deep pain. If you have a good conversation with somebody important to you, it works a lot. इसमें माइकल ऑर्टलानी इटली के और -3 पॉइंट के साथ ऑर्टलानी का पूरा अच्छा प्रदर्शन रहा है और पीजीटीआई का एक अभिन्न हिस्सा और ऑर्टलानी ने बहुत बार मुकाबले जीते हैं और पीजीटीआई टूर का एक अभिन्न हिस्सा और कई और खिलाड़ियों ने अच्छा प्रदर्शन किया है। सूर्य भट्टाचार्य छत्तीसगढ़ ओपन गोल्फ के चैंपियन थे और अपेटा दिल्ली में वो प्रैक्टिस करते हैं। 2024 से प्रोफेशनल हैं और काफ़ी जल्दी उन्होंने कैचअप किया। हमें कलोट्रानी 54वीं रैंक है पीजीटीआई की, 28 साल की उम्र है। 2016 से प्रोफेशनल्स हैं और जीसी मॉन्टिशेलो में अपनी प्रैक्टिस करते हैं। श्रीलंका के थंगाराजा लगातार बढ़त बनाए हुए। मैंने थंगाराजा के बारे में पहले भी बताया था कि पिछले 3 प्रतियोगिताओं में लगातार उनका अच्छा प्रदर्शन रहा है और धीरे-धीरे गोल्फ अब देश के सभी राज्यों में पहुंचता हुआ और इसका मानचित्र बड़ा होता हुआ और पीजीटीआई लगातार प्रतियोगिता इसीलिए आयोजित करा रही है कि इसी में से कोई खिलाड़ी भविष्य में जाकर बड़े नाम करेगा और टाइगर वुड्स, जैक निकोलस, बेन होगन, अर्नोल्ड पॉवर इन सभी खिलाड़ियों की फहरिस्त में शामिल होगा। और इस बार तेजी के साथ मारा था, लंबी दूरी तय की थी लेकिन ग्रीन एरिया में पहुंचने में कामयाबी हासिल नहीं हो पाई थी। और भारत में भी गोल्फर्स का बहुत बड़ा नाम रहा है, जिसमें जीप मिल्खा सिंह, जिन्हें 1999 में अर्जुन अवार्ड प्राप्त हुआ था भारत सरकार की ओर से, जो तिरंदामा को 2004 में अर्जुन अवार्ड प्राप्त हुआ था। इस बार स्मैश किया था बहुत ही जोरदार तरीके से ड्राइव वहाँ पर और अच्छी दूरी तय करने में कामयाबी हासिल होती हुई। और साथ ही साथ अनिल लाहिरी 2014 में वो अर्जुन अवार्ड के लिए चुने गए थे। गगनजीत भुल्लर को कौन भूल सकता है, 2013 में उन्हें यह अवार्ड प्राप्त हुआ था। और अंजलि एन देसाई अर्जुन अवार्ड प्राप्त करने वाली पहली महिला गोल्फर थी। 1972 में उन्हें यह अवार्ड प्राप्त हुआ था। बहुत ही शानदार, बहुत ही शांत, स्वच्छ और बहुत ही थ्रिलिंग एनवायरनमेंट यहाँ पर। एम्बियंस जब आपको अच्छा मिल जाता है तब आप किसी काम को और ज़्यादा ऊर्जा के साथ करने को तैयार होते हैं। और पीजीटीआई की लगातार कोशिश की इस तरह की प्रतियोगिताएं आयोजित कराकर विश्व के बड़े-बड़े गोल्फर्स को अपनी तरफ आकर्षित किया जाए और इसमें कुछ सफलता भी हासिल हुई है पीजीटीआई को। और लगातार इसी तरह के आयोजन से पीजीटीआई जो लगातार बिकम पीजीटीआई इंटरनेशनल फेडरेशन ऑफ पीजीए टूर्स की सदस्य बनी थी 2009 में और इसी तरह के आयोजन से लगातार वो विश्व के सबसे प्रतिष्ठित गोल्फ प्रतियोगिताओं में शामिल होते हैं, जिसमें मास्टर्स, द यूएस ओपन, द ओपन चैंपियनशिप, जिसे ब्रिटिश ओपन भी कहा जाता है। और इसी तरह की प्रतियोगिताओं, नामचीन प्रतियोगिताओं में अपना स्थान बनाने में कामयाबी हासिल करेगी। और इस समय वहाँ पर अपना एंगल बनाते हुए और यहाँ पर हार्ड हिट, यहाँ पर ऊंचाई ज़्यादा तय करती हुई और जब आप वेजेस का इस्तेमाल करते हैं तो वो आपको मोर लॉफ्ट प्रदान करता है और हाईएस्ट लॉफ्टेड एक क्लब होती है किसी भी गोल्फर के हाथ में, किसी भी गोल्फर के कैडीज के बैग में। और शॉर्टर अप्रोचेस शॉट्स, चिप्स या पिचेस के लिए वेजेस का ही ज़्यादातर प्रयोग किया जाता है और काफ़ी चहल पहल मैदान में दिखती हुई और गोल्फ धीरे धीरे हम सबों को अब बिल्कुल अपनी आगोश में लेता हुआ, अपने रोमांच से हम सबों को प्रभावित करता हुआ यहाँ पर अपना एंगल बनाते हुए, स्टांस बनाते हुए और कोशिश करेंगे कि बिल्कुल पिन होल के पास यथाशीघ्र पहुंचा जाए। और इन थंगाराजा पे भी लीड करते हुए तीसरे राउंड का खेल लगातार चलता हुआ और लोकल बॉयज बहुत ही अच्छा प्रदर्शन करते हुए वरुण पारीक, और इस समय देखिए किस तरह से प्रैक्टिस की जाती है कि किस एंगल के साथ कितनी ताकत के साथ बॉल को मारना है ताकि वो बेहद नज़दीक पहुंच जाए पिन होल के, और बिल्कुल पैरों को चिपका कर स्टांस बिल्कुल कमाल की, और यहाँ पर हल्के से वहाँ पर पिन होल की तरफ ले गए गेंद को, और जब आप बेहद नज़दीक होते हैं तो फिर आप थोड़े स्टांस को बदल लेते हैं, और स्टांस का बड़ा महत्व है। जब आप विड्थ से खेलते हैं तो अलग तरह की स्टांस होती है, जब आप वेजेस से खेलते हैं तो अलग तरह की स्टांस होती है, जब आप पटर से खेलते हैं तो अलग तरह की स्टांसेस होती है, और जब आप ड्राइवर से खेलते हैं तो अलग तरह की स्टांसेस होती है। दंगा राजा -7 अंक के साथ लीडर बोर्ड पर लगातार अपनी बढ़त बनाए हुए यशस चंद्रा MS, जो लगातार कल टाइड थे तीसरे स्थान पर 2 अंडर 142 पर थे माइकल ऑर्टलानी के साथ, और कल 151 7 ओवर 51 का कट डिक्लेयर किया गया था, और 56 प्रोफेशनल्स ने कट मेड आउट किया था, और कल लीडर बोर्ड में हरेंद्र गुप्ता बहुत जल्दी कंसिस्टेंट पटिंग के बल पर आगे बढ़े थे। कल 4 बर्डी जिन्हें मिली थी, और ईगल के लिए भी मौका मिला था, और उन्होंने इस तरह से अपनी पोजीशन को कंसोलिडेट किया था। हालांकि एक डबल बॉगी भी उन्हें मिली थी 15 में होल में, लेकिन हरेंद्र गुप्ता ने उस डैमेज को एक बर्डी के साथ 17 में होल में रिकवर किया था, और हरेंद्र गुप्ता का ये पहली प्रतियोगिता है इस मैदान पर। इससे पहले उन्होंने कभी इस मैदान पर खेला नहीं था, और इस समय स्क्रीन पर आपको देखते हुए और टिलानी बहुत ही कमाल के खिलाड़ी, और इन थंगराजा ने कल 2 बर्डीज और 3 बॉगीज, और स्ट्रगल कर रहे थे बिल्कुल अपने शॉर्ट पट्स के साथ, और वरुण पारीक अहमदाबाद के इकलौते खिलाड़ी जिन्होंने कट पास किया था, और 10वें स्थान पर कर रहे थे टू अब पार 146 स्कोर के साथ। देखते हैं कि आज का खेल किस तरह से आगे की ओर बढ़ता है, और विश्व के प्रसिद्ध गोल्फरों की बात करें तो टाइगर वुड्स के नाम कुल मिलाकर 82 PGA टूर्स विंस हैं, और साथ ही साथ वो सबसे लंबे समय तक टॉप 10 में रहने वाले खिलाड़ी रहे थे। 906 वीक्स तक, 906 सप्ताहों तक लगातार वो टॉप 10 पे अपनी जगह बनाने में कामयाबी हासिल की थी। और अब अपना एंगल बनाते हुए फिर एक बार फिर से golf is a game of making angles, making accurate angles and having an accurate stance, और कैडीज भी उनका साथ देते हैं, उनकी मदद करते हैं। बहुत ही बेहतरीन मुकाबला धीरे धीरे अब आगे की ओर बढ़ता है, और स्टिम्प रीडिंग कमाल की है इस मैदान की और इस गोल्फ कोर्स की। और स्टिम्प रीडिंग एक मेजरमेंट होती है जो आपको ये बताता है कि गोल्फ बॉल ग्रीन पर कितना रोल करती है। लाइव फीड 1 और लाइव फीड 2 आपके सामने। अहमदाबाद ओपन गोल्फ चैंपियनशिप 2025 presented by Ind Bank. We are all live from Kensville Golf and Country Club, Ahmedabad. मौसम का मिजाज अच्छा और अब हल्की सी हवा चलती हुई सुबह की तुलना में। खिलाड़ियों की जद्दोजहद जारी है। इस समय 2-3 खिलाड़ी बिल्कुल पिन होल के पास नजर आ रहे हैं। देखना है कि किस तरह से आगे की ओर। और जब स्टिम्प रीडिंग 10 से ऊपर होती है तो वो फास्ट ग्रीन मानी जाती है, और अगर स्टिम्प रीडिंग 7 से 8 की होती है तो वो स्लो ग्रीन्स मानी जाती है, और स्टिम्प रीडिंग अगर 8 से 10 के बीच हो तो वो मीडियम स्पीड ग्रीन्स मानी जाती है। और इस मैदान की अगर इस गोल्फ कोर्स की अगर बात की जाए तो स्टिम्प रीडिंग 10 से ऊपर की रही है और वो फास्ट ग्रीन के तौर पर ही गिनी जाएगी। और सारे खिलाड़ी जो यंगस्टर्स हैं वो निश्चित रूप से खुद से कह रहे हैं कि मत पूछो कि मेरी मंजिल कहाँ है, अभी तो सफ़र का इरादा किया है, हारेंगे न हौसला ज़िंदगी भर, ये इन खिलाड़ियों ने खुद से वादा किया है। पूरी मुस्तैदी के साथ गोल्फ कोर्स पर संघर्ष जारी यहाँ पर, और श्रीलंका के थंगाराजा लगातार बढ़त बनाए हुए। लाइव फीड 1 और लाइव फीड दोनों तैयार, और लाइव फीड 2 में लगता है वहां से बिल्कुल टी ऑफ करते हुए। जी हाँ, टी ऑफ किया गया है लाइव फीड 2 से यहाँ पर, और वहां पर पहले ही प्रयास में बिल्कुल पिन होल के पास पहुंचने में सफलता हासिल की है। और इस प्रतियोगिता में पार्ट 3, पार्ट 4 और पार्ट 5 के मुकाबले रखे गए हैं, और वो रेंज के हिसाब से तय हो जाती है। यार्ड्स की दूरी कितनी लंबी है उस हिसाब से आपकी पार तय की जाती है। अच्छा हिट मारा था वहां पर, अच्छी ट्राई वहां पर की गई थी। और लाइव फीड 1 में यहाँ पर two golfers are looking around there, और लाइव फीड 2 के सभी खिलाड़ी अब स्ट्रॉल डाउन द गोल्फ कोर्स करते हुए फिलहाल यहाँ पर एंगल बनाएंगे। देखिए स्टांस का कितना महत्व होता है, बिल्कुल पहले अपने आप को तय करते हैं कि किस पोजीशन में खड़ी होनी है, अपने पैरों की पोजीशन कितनी रखनी है, कितना एंगल बनाना है अपने दोनों पैरों के बीच में। अब जाकर अपने शॉट को एग्जीक्यूट करने के लिए तैयार हैं, और देखते हैं कि किस तरह का एग्जीक्यूशन होता है। सम इमैक्युलेट एग्जीक्यूशंस हैव बीन डन टुडे, और बहुत अच्छा यहाँ पर बिल्कुल अच्छा रीड किया, और रीड को एग्जीक्यूट करने में भी सफल हुए। और ब्रेक के बाद हम जुड़ेंगे अपने वरीय साथी कमेंटेटर्स राकेश राव और राहुल बनर्जी से, जो बहुत अच्छे एक्सपर्ट्स हैं गोल्फ के। और जब आप उन्हें सुनते हैं तो फिर आपको बहुत सारी जानकारियां मिलती है, टेक्निकल नॉलेज मिलते हैं। रवि कुमार इस समय स्क्रीन पर दिखते हुए, और अच्छी कदकाठी के, और देखना है कि रवि इस मुकाबले में किस तरह से आगे बढ़ते हैं, इस तीसरे राउंड में किस तरह से वो अपने स्कोर को और अच्छा कर पाते हैं। अभी कुल मिलाकर +16 की उनकी अंक है, उन्हें बहुत मेहनत करके आगे तक जाना होगा, और अगर आज के राउंड में और आगे जाना है तो और सूझबूझ के साथ आगे बढ़ना होगा। अब इस समय होल नंबर 16 पर हल्की सी बातचीत अपने कैडीज के साथ, और इसके बाद शायद वहां पर थोड़ा उभराव था, इसलिए उसको बिल्कुल समतल करने की कोशिश करते हुए अपने पटर के सहारे। हरेंद्र गुप्ता और एंथन राजा, और अब हरेंद्र गुप्ता दूसरे स्थान पर हैं। यशस चंद्रा उससे आगे निकल गए हैं। एंथन राजा लगातार बढ़त बनाए हुए, और आज के का दिन धीरे धीरे अब अपने अंतिम पड़ाव पर जाता हुआ, और जैसे जैसे अंतिम पड़ाव पर जाएगा एंथन राजा की कोशिश होगी कि लगातार बढ़त बरकरार रखी जाए। और कल जब अंतिम दिन होगा इस प्रतियोगिता का, अहमदाबाद ओपन गोल्फ कल का, तो फिर हरेंद्र गुप्ता इस समय -6 अंकों के साथ, जो एक पॉजिटिव संकेत होता है गोल्फ के खेल में। अपने शॉट्स के लिए यहाँ पर कमिटेड तैयार हैं, और ग्रीन एरिया में यहाँ पर पहुंचाया है बॉल को। प्रेजेंटेड बाय इंडसइंड बैंक, एंड साथ ही साथ गुजरात टूरिज्म का भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण सहयोग प्राप्त होता हुआ। साथ ही साथ बिस्लेरी, निशान, विक्टोरियस चॉइस, रोलेक्स, सारे पार्टनर्स बधाई के पात्र। और इसके बाद गोल्फ की गाड़ी कलकत्ता पहुंचेगी, और वही रॉयल कलकत्ता क्लब, जहां से भारत में गोल्फ की शुरुआत मानी जाती है। हालांकि कल भी बहुत ही रोमांचित करने वाला गोल्फ आपके सामने देखने को मिलेगा, और हम सब यही अपेक्षा करते हैं कि आप भी हमारा साथ बनाए रखें, ताकि गोल्फ के विकास में मेरे साथ साथ आपकी भागीदारी भी सुनिश्चित हो सके। और खेल तभी आगे बढ़ता है जब उसमें जन भागीदारी सुनिश्चित होती है। यशस चंद्रा एमएस राउंड 3, -5 अंक अब तक इस राउंड 3 में आज में उन्होंने बटोरे हैं। मैसूर से आते हैं और JWGC मैसूर में प्रैक्टिस करते हैं। 2018 से वो प्रोफेशनल्स हैं, और 30वीं रैंकिंग है यशस चंद्रा एमएस की PGTI के अंतर्गत। और यहाँ पर एंगल बनाते हुए वाह, यहाँ पर थोड़े से के लिए मिस रह गए। बहुत नाप तोल कर, बहुत संजीदगी के साथ, बहुत एक्यूरेसी के साथ आपको आगे बढ़ना होता है। हरेंद्र गुप्ता और साथ ही साथ एंथन राजा, यशस चंद्रा लगा थोड़ी सी लीड बनाते हुए अपनी तरफ से भरपूर कोशिश किया मैकर और टिलानी के बाद। अब वरुण पारीक भी आ गए हैं 5वें स्थान पर। अंकुर चड्ढा को पीछे छोड़ दिया है वरुण पारीक ने। लोकल बॉय हैं, उनसे काफी उम्मीदें हैं। वाह, अच्छा यहाँ पर कामयाबी हासिल की है पट करने में। और कमाल का फ्लोरा एंड फौना इस गोल्फ क्लब पर। और तितलियां देखिए किस तरह से आनंद ले रही है इस मुकाबले का। और हम लोग जब बचपन में रहते थे तो जब पेड़ पे तितलियां बैठती थी तो हम लोग पकड़ा करते थे, लेकिन आज सारा ध्यान गेंद को किस तरह से पिन होल तक लाया जाए। और ओहो, मिस यहाँ पर थोड़ा मलाल होगा कि क्यों नहीं उसको पहले प्रयास में ही पिन होल में डालने में कामयाब हो पाए।
but he looks tired. And that's a drinks break.
But what's the plus sign for? अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस। जब लगे थकान वाली प्यास, जरूरी है सेल लेवल हाइड्रेशन। इसके इलेक्ट्रोलाइट्स आपके सेल्स को रिहाइड्रेट करें, एनर्जी लौटाएं, थकान वाली प्यास मिटाएं।
जब आपको भी लगे थकान वाली प्यास, अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, थकान वाली प्यास के लिए।
Well, into the final stretch of today's third round at the Ahmedabad Open, presented by IndusInd Bank at the Kensville Golf and Country Resort. Par 72 course that appears to be playing a little longer than that, given by the scores and the fact that there are just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players under par. One is level par, and the remaining field of out of the 56 are over par. So yes, it's not been an easy day, Rakesh, for the bulk of the field. Like we were discussing just a minute ago, Manu Gandas, the rare exception, going 6 under so far, and though he still has 3 holes to go and things could go wrong, we don't want to put the commentator's curse on him. That has happened like with a couple of the others. But he definitely has had the round of the day so far. And at the top, it is still in Thangaraja of Sri Lanka, who was day one leader, slipped back to second place overnight, and now back in the lead by 1. Now 2 shots from a two-way tie for second place between overnight leader Harinder Gupta from Chandigarh and Mysore's Yashash Chandra, who are both on 5 under for the day. For the tournament, I beg your pardon. And even as we speak, the scores have been updated once again, and Thanga has picked up 1 more shot, while Gupta drops a shot on the same hole, which means that now the lead is 3. Thanga with 2 under is 2 under for the day and 8 under for the tournament overall. Yashash Chandra now all by himself in second place, 5 under par. And Gupta, these 3 are playing together in the same group. Harinder Gupta suffering from 2 bogeys in a row on the par 4 15th hole and the par 3 16th hole. He still has a chance to pick up a stroke because there's a long par 5 coming up, 17th, where a number of players have picked up shots. So he could get 1 back, but Thanga could pick up another shot as well. So the Sri Lankan Rakesh now cementing his lead, comfortable 3 shots ahead of everybody else. And now the field starting to stretch out a bit. Yashas is closest to him on 5 under. Gupta is 4 under. Michel Ortolani, despite a dropped shot on the hole number 15, is 3 under par and in sole 4th place, while there's a two-way tie between Varun Parikh and Ankur Chadha for 5th place. Ankur and Varun both picking up a shot, picking up birdies on that long par 5 17th hole, 621 yards. Doesn't seem to bother these blokes unduly, Rakesh. A good number of them picking up shots on this hole, including the 2 we have just mentioned. So this is the group that is under par for the tournament after with just 2 holes to go. 52 holes have been completed by almost the entire field, and just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players out of 56 are under par. 50 are at par or over.
Yeah, and the biggest gainer of the day seems to be like Yashas, who's moved to a flawless -3 after completing 16 holes. Thangaraja, who started the day a stroke behind leader Harendra Gupta, has now a 4-shot lead over Harendra and 3 over the newly second placed Yashas. So very interesting. And Thanga, who had a day one score of 7 under, is currently is -2 for the day and -8 for the tournament. So we've never had anybody so comfortably placed with that kind of a score. The first to go to -8. and he's looking good. Yash is a flawless card so far, as I said. So a lot can happen on the 17th, which is a long par 5, birdied by at least 3 of the top 8 players so far.
You have two feeds working simultaneously for you with this closing stages of day 3 of the Ahmedabad Open, presented by IndusInd Bank at the Kensville Golf and Country Resort. I think live feed 1 has the group of Ottolani, Kapil Kumar, and Rohit Narwal. And live feed 2 has the lead group of Thanga, Harinder Gupta, and Yashash Chandra. It's been a strange day, Rakesh. It's great in parts, not so great in parts. There's been no consistent pattern, so to say, other than the fact that no one's really made major gains, except for, like we said very briefly, Manu Gandas has picked up 6 shots in his 15, 16 holes so far, and the next best is Yashas with three under for the day. The large number of people are on 2 under for the day. Harinder Gupta, unfortunately, starting off in the lead, is 3 over for the day. So he has moved, but moved in the wrong direction.
Yes. Varun and Yash are the other two, who had this -3 for the day. They've improved their chances. They've moved up the order. But look at Harindra. He's +3 for the day with 2 shots, two holes to go, and he's yet to find his first birdie of the day.
True.
On a day when everybody has had a good or a bad or a mixed day, this guy has straight away had a bad day. I mean, he still has 2 holes to make amends and uh, you know limit the damage, but suddenly that difference, I mean, if you look at the leaderboard again, it's -8 for Thangaraja, -4 for Harindra. That stands, I mean, it's a very stark difference in the way these two have played. Twice the number of birdies for him, or the number of errors that he has made. Harindra, now he is looking to undo it.
Well, live action continuing on your screens in front of you. Kapil Kumar on the ball, standing over the ball on the green. Picture on your right is Ankur Chadha. Long putt, seeing the ball roll past. Dhruv Sharon is up next on live feed 2. On live feed 1, it looks to be Michel Ortolani. Currently in 4th place. He has also dropped a shot on the par 415, so he's down on 3 under for the tournament, 1 under for the day, 1 stroke behind Harinder Gupta, who's 4 under for the tournament overall, and now 4 shots behind the leader. Dhruv Sharon on feed 2, looks to be a long swinging putt from his right to left, coming over the bump, and does a very neat job of it. No fuss. Look to be a 5, 6, 7 footer safely in the cup. On your left, Michel Ortolani. Looks like coming down the hill but leaving it short. Green speeds have repeatedly fooled the players today. And my guess is a lot of them are going to go to rather than the driving range, they're all going to go to the putting area to try and work things out. Why are they leaving the ball short so often and time and again? It's been a pattern all the way through. So Dhruv, Sharan, Ankur Chadha, and Ravi Kumar walk off the 18th hole. They're done for the day. And we have 2 groups left out in the field now at the moment: Rohit Narwal, Kapil Kumar, and Michel Ortolani are the penultimate flight, and the lead group of Yashash Chandra, N. Thangaraja, and Harinder Gupta in the day's final grouping. And the three also share the first three places on the leaderboard in the standings. 8 under for the leader, Sri Lanka's N. Thangaraja. 5 under for Mysore's Yashash Chandra MS. 4 under for Chandigarh's Harinder Gupta, who's 3 over for the day, having started out by in the lead by a shot after 36 holes. So after 54 holes, 52 out of the 54 to be played till by the end of play today. That is as things stand. And still the number of players who are under par for the tournament continues to hover, switch between 5 and 7, currently at 6 players under par. The leader sold second place Yashash Chandra, sold third place Harinder Gupta, sold fourth place Michel Ortolani, and tied fifth Varun Parik of Ahmedabad and Ankur Chadha, both on 1 under par. Fair amount of chop and change in progress, and we're still waiting for Manu Gandas's scores to update. He should be in one of the groups that is finishing on the front nine because he teed off on hole number 10 to start with. He would be probably in his final 2 holes, if not the last. He's the one who probably stands to gain the most, having climbed. He was literally in a group that was on the cut line overnight. Rakesh. 7 over for after 36 holes.
Yeah.
And he has climbed all the way up to 1 over for the tournament. 6 shots he's picked up through the day.
And he still has 2 more
And
holes
his
in
scoreboard
hand.
is not yet updated.
Hasn't
So we don't
updated
really
yet.
know what his current position is.
But what a comeback for him.
Terrific
Been
recovery.
a fantastic one.
Someone's just gone offline there into the
Because after him, the next best card of the day is -3.
That's right.
He has twice the number of birdies.
Yashash Chandra and Varun Parik, I think, are the 2 men who are 3 under for the day.
And also Yash Majumdar.
And Yash
Majmudar. He's
from,
also -3 for the day.
From the Jumeirah Golf Course in the United Arab Emirates. Ortolani having a animated and conversation with his caddy. Was it his ball that flew off line or was it somebody else's? Hard to say at the moment until they reach where the balls have fallen. But
for the front runners, it has been a pretty sedate day, I should say, because nobody really went off the blocks. Harendra was a leader just for a few. I mean, his sole lead just evaporated in quick time.
In the very first hole,
On the very first hole, within minutes of teeing off, he had lost his lead, the sole position of the lead, and thereafter, of course, he has only been searching for birdies for the next 13 holes. Then his string of pars ended with a bogey, and he followed it up with another bogey, the third for the day. So suddenly he finds himself at +3 for the day, which has brought down his score to -4 and gave him the position of the third spot. So tough day for him. As I said,
by the looks of it, I'm sorry, Rakesh, to cut in. By the looks of it, Thanga is in line for yet another picked up shot because his ball is the closest from this
to the
lead group
pin,
to the flag, as we just saw when he picked up the ball. When he marked his ball, between 6 and 7 feet from the pin. Yasha's a little further away, and Gupta not even in the frame. Which I think sort of
Thangaraja's,
sums
yeah.
up his day,
Yeah.
isn't it?
And Thangaraja's gait, which you just saw, I mean, the kind of, he looked satisfied with the day's work so far. I mean, he still has some job to do, but he seems to be quite happy with where he finds himself. He just maybe one putt away from finishing the par 5 17th. A three shot cushion. I mean, starting the day one shot off the lead. He's looking to even enlarge that lead for all you know. And Harendra will have a lot of thinking to do. Whereas any other contenders around, barring Yashas, you don't see anybody looking good to bridge the gap.
Gupta with this the longest of three putts coming up
Yeah.
over a bit of a climb, over a bit of a rise. Oh, that was a great putt.
We got the length right
That
there.
was a great putt.
Great putt.
No question about it. From that distance, he
Yes.
just
Yeah.
has a tap in. That should make him feel a lot better,
lot
despite
better,
what has
yeah.
happened with this day.
True. Very true. No.
And the thing is, like you're saying, this gap on many courses, a three-shot gap on the final day may not be a very big one. But on this course, where scoring has not been easy, it's a very healthy number. I mean, in the previous event at Raipur, when you were going 6 and 7 under, everybody was doing that on a daily basis.
Yeah.
And you had the cut at 4 under, and the winning score was 27 under. But this is a very different, this is a very different ball game, and it's literally three shots is as secure a margin as you would want. Any leader would be happy with an advantage of that size on this course. Yes, shoots past the hole with his putt.
He's ready for a par, I think. He'll settle for it.
He'll settle for a par. Thanga is taking his time over the putt. He knows that he's really well placed. He's left it to Yashas to finish off if he wants. I think the boy from Mysore will wait. 29 years old, yet to win his first title. Yashas turned professional in 2018. And he's been close repeatedly, but never really made the breakthrough into the winner's circle. This, once again, could be his big chance. But he has this man on screen, N. Thangaraja, to contend with. Sweetly converted, no fuss, puts the ball and walks off. And if that is a birdie, as we think it is, that further enhances his lead. And if he goes to 9 under, he will be 4 shots up on second place, Yashas Chandra MS. Harinder Gupta has seen his challenge fade away in the last few holes. He's currently on 4 under, 3 over for the day, in sole third place. And Michel Ortolani was looking quite happy as we saw when the camera was on him last. So he probably is in a position to pick up 1 shot on the closing 18th hole, but we shall see. In the meantime, Chandra puts the ball in safely. He wouldn't mind a day like this. He's, after all, not dropped a shot so far. 17 completed holes. And just what we were saying of Gupta before this, again, one does not want to put the hex on this young man. We were speaking so highly of Harinder Gupta's ability to grind out, which he had done successfully till
Till the 14th.
hole, and then it suddenly all went pear-shaped. Sadly enough, Narwal with his wedge absolutely open, to fly the ball as high as possible to check it near the pin, but it still goes past.
Well past the pin.
Well past the pin. So again, this is why I said the greens seemed a bit too paced, because when you putt, when you use the putter, it's not really rolling as freely as you expect. But when you fly the ball in, the ball's not sticking. Obviously the boys put a lot of spin on the ball. All of them spin the ball massively. So you would have expected that ball to drop and check, but in the case of Rohit Narwal, it just carried on rolling. Otolani's left his chip a little short. So it's all up in the air at the moment. This is the penultimate group. I think they're on the final hole, their final hole for the day. And as you can see on the screen, Thanga still in the lead on 8 under after 16. So if he's picked up a shot in 17, that lead could well have gone up to 4 strokes. And Harinder Gupta is the big loser of the day. Sadly, after having gritted it out for 14 holes, he has given away 2 shots in 2 holes to fall well off the pace now.
Confirmation, Rahul, that Tanga indeed birdied the fifth or the par 5 17th to enlarge his lead to 4 shots.
So that's his second successive birdie on the back nine, and third in all. Which means he's 9 under and now 4 clear of even the second place player. Kapil Kumar looked extremely disappointed with his effort with the putter. Now he's seeing Michel Otolani line up his putt. If he gets a birdie as expected, he will go up alongside Gupta on 4 under par.
A little while ago, we mentioned Manu being on -6. He dropped a shot on the 8th of the course and then ended up with a par on the 9th to finish his round with the day's best -5.
Still keeps him, brings him from the bottom of the leaderboard into the top 10, Rakesh. That's a great day's work. Moving day, you have an example.
Absolutely.
In the correct direction.
Sure.
Moving day in the wrong direction, Harinder Gupta sadly going 3 over for the day. And he's now well off. He's now 5 shots behind the leader. He started the day 1 ahead. He's now 5 behind the leader. Thanga going to 9 under for the tournament, 3 under for the day. And like we had seen the pattern from those who had started on tee number 10, that there was gains to be made on the back nine, which we have certainly seen from a good number of the field.
But the same didn't apply to Harendra, I think. Because
Unfortunately, he is the only one who's
who
bit of a casualty.
One is still looking to add one birdie to that card. Very narrow miss.
He can't quite believe what just happened.
Cup. Yeah, it was really heartbreaking. He still can't figure out.
He's still trying to figure what exactly did I do wrong.
Stayed up.
This is what I've seen many players sometimes do. The more careful players actually, Rakesh, come up to the lip of the hole to see whether there's any, anything, any irregularity in the cutting or trimming of the grass, or an indent which should not be there, which is probably the case what happened here, because it must have caught something that swung the ball out. It was headed in for
some question
all
there. I think,
he's definitely
I'm
looking
sure.
at something.
Yeah. He's not still done
with a
it.
great deal of suspicion. What he wants to know, I'm sure, why did that happen? I mean, it was a good putt. He did it well. He should have gone in, and he actually popped in and out. Happens a lot, but at this level, where like we talked about, a putt can mean 5 lakh of rupees. It means a lot. Yeah. Not that it matters to them at the moment, but they would definitely want to know why
it happened. Yes,
and how. So there's no question that he was very curious. How did I miss that? What went wrong? It does happen at a time when sometimes the clipping of the grass or the lip is not very clean, or there's an indent that shouldn't be there, or maybe just the pace is a little too hot. That also is quite possible.
It's possible. It's possible.
Unfortunate for the Italian because he's been playing quite well. Would have been that if he had picked up as we expect, that was being a birdie putt, and had he gained it, he would have been up alongside Ananda Gupta in a tie for third place. Still and all, he's not too far away. He's just one shot behind. Behind third place. Yeah, virtually in the closing final rights of day 3 of the 1 crore rupee Ahmedabad Open presented by IndusInd Bank at the Kensville Golf and Country Resort. And we are back for the last group approaching hole number 18. You just saw a leader flight the ball in onto the green. So a little bit of a stream or a creek in between, dividing the fairway at that point. That's our day leader, Sangaraja, taking a sip of water to cool down. Things are, it's obviously quite a warm day in Ahmedabad. 9 under for the 53 holes played. Into the final 18 holes, we will have at least a 4-shot lead on second place, Yashash Chandra.
There you have your
Yashash
leader.
in turn still looking for his first win. Leader's trending confidently up to the green.
Yeah, armed with a 4-shot lead, he's looking so comfortable. He's walking like a winner already.
Fortunately, the wind has not been much of a factor today, Rakesh. Who knows? We don't know what the forecast for tomorrow is, but so far so good. And Tanga is clearly really well placed to potentially add one more picked up shot to his collection of 3 for the day so far. In all, 9 under for the tournament after 53 holes. Yes, 5 under for the day for the event, and also 3 under for the day. These are now the 2 top contenders, but separated by what is a very significant 4 shot gap, which, given the fact that after 54, 53 holes, 9 under is the top score, is quite a considerable margin, to say the least.
And also, Rahul, when we look at the scores here and the conditions, we have been maintaining that there hasn't been any noticeable wind. Despite all that, it is Tangaraja who has swept the nearest rivals aside by enlarging his overnight one stroke deficit into a 4 shot lead with 1 hole to go. So he has been the one who has kept his focus there. He's been
And as we've been saying all along through the day, that the greens are just not as pacey as they seem to be. Gupta just missing out over there. For one reason or the other, the reading of the greens from almost everybody in the field has been just off, either in terms of direction or of pace. We have seen players missing out time and again. Yashas knows he has a chance to, at least for now, close the gap on the leader, the event leader Thanga on 9 under. Also sitting on for a birdie. Yashas on 5 under can pick up a stroke here. The putt drops,
stays
which
out.
sadly it doesn't. And he will stay on 3 under for the day, 5 under for the tournament. Four PGTI wins to his credit so far, Rakesh.
Yeah.
And the
And
Sri
he's
Lankan looks pretty
closing
focused.
closing
And
in
if
on the
he-
fourth, on the fifth round.
If he does get this putt, he will take a very comfortable 5 shot lead into the final day. But he just sends it a little wide on the low side. But that would have been like an icing on his
On the
cake,
cake,
but
yeah.
he's not going to be terribly
Yes.
unfussed about it,
What
because already, like we mentioned again and again, a 4 shot lead on this course where scoring is not really being easy. This is a very healthy and a very significant one.
And a 6 shot lead, I mean, a 6 shot swing as far as the top two guys are concerned. The second placed is now leading the top placed player at the end of round two by a massive 5 shots. Now that's really huge.
So, with proceedings on day 3 of the Ahmedabad Open presented by IndusInd Bank coming to a close, the final picture as we see it, awaiting an official update as we see it now, is Tangaraja